Oh, for fuck's sake! No, Fera! No! Okay. Okay. I forgot I didn't have the camera on me. Wait. Enough puppetry, necromancery, fossil stuff. Yakuza! Hello everyone! Dodo. No, you Dodo. If I'm Dodo, you are Dogo. But it's actually more correct, you are Dogo. You are Doggy! Hi Rise and welcome! How are you everyone? Are you guys excited for today's Valentine's early Valentine's stream? Yeah, because this is the closest I can make to Valentine's stream. It's all good. All that matters is that I stream this week and that after Valentine's I get to buy discount chocolate. Oh. I have to pick up my phone. For fuck's sake! Give me a second. Sorry everyone, I was just picking up the phone. I got my Valentine's out of my system with that Yuri, but yes, looking forward to cheap choco. If you're talking about that commission artwork, it's very pretty. I loved it. Wait, why am I... Alright, I guess we're entering Valentine's with all our power, with the pink mustache and the eye boob. I think we're getting... Okay, now we're getting almost all of the bitches. We had to ruin with the fart doggy! Today we are playing a game that I found on Steam. Not really sure how. I think I was just looking for Yuri games, don't judge me. And it's called It Gets So Lonely in Here. That's just the name of the game. But I think the game is gonna be depressing. So grab up your coffee and your tissues for blowing up your nose, and we're gonna get to the game. Which shortcut is it? Eh? No. Ah! Okay. Sorry, I don't know my own shortcuts either. Wait, no! My cat decided to leave. This is the game. It gets so lonely here. And I'm gonna be switching so you guys can start hearing the music as well. There. Ring a little bit. Testing. 1, 2, 3. How's the audio? I think it's the same volume as the as my usual BGM. But I can't take with this sad, depressing music. Ah, seems good. Thank you, doggy. Well, the music is really good. I tweeted that all I needed was 15 minutes of tweaking the whole game here in OBS and reading a little bit of the text plus music, and I already started to get the feels. This game's gonna be good. I hope you guys are ready. Let me just close this thing and this thing and this thing. I read on Google that I can finish the game in about 4 hours, so that's what I'm gonna be aiming to do today. Let me see, is my phone on silence? Okay, we are ready. Start. I don't know why I started laughing. No. Focus, Lena. Focus, Lena. You are running through a forest. It is late at night and the sky is black as pitch. There is nothing to light your way safe for the moon's milky glow, but its rays cannot reach you, not properly. So it's dark as shit, basically. Look at the illustrations though. They look like oil on canvas. It's really pretty. The trees which surround you. I did not expect to need to read complicated words. This didn't happen when I played Little Goody Two Shoes, besides the characters' names. Fuck, Google. I don't need to get put to shame so early. How do you put this? How do you say this?
Jutting.
Jutting! Okay, thank you, Google. The trees which surround you, jutting out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god, are blotting out most of the light. You cannot see where you're going. Even if you had commenced your flight at a more sensible hour, however, with the light of the sun to aid you, it would be of little use. I'm struggling so much to read! You do not know where you're going. You have no map, no route, no plan. You are running like a frightened animal, anxious and nervy, with no destination in mind. Fontes, what the fuck happened? Hold up! What the fuck did I just do? Oh my god, I didn't know we had skipped alt text. Let me check something. Yep, okay. You guys see my toggles? My toggles are used on the control and the numpad, like this. And when I pressed control, the game started skipping. This did not happen when I tested the game. Is it because I have it on full screen? Read text. Fuck. We're going back. We're going back! Ah! I need to know something. I'm gonna put this on the windowed mode. Just for a moment. Ah, no. Bigger. Okay, better. It still does it! Why? Why does it do that? No! I am fucked. Wait, I have a plan. Well, I have a plan. Okay. I have a plan, guys. I have a plan. So I'm gonna restart, sorry. I'm gonna restart. Every time I need to put an emotion toggle because I feel like I'm gonna be using this one a lot. All I have to do is click on the Windows Task Manager bar thingy. So I'm safe. Sorry for the trouble, guys. You're running through a forest. It's very dark and you're running without knowing where you're going, apparently. You have no desire as you run, save to escape. What? You cannot let yourself be caught. Who's coming? If that were to happen, you are certain that you would be ruined. You have no choice, therefore, but to keep going. On and on and on. Though your feet are screaming at you for mercy. Oh no. You have no idea how long you have been running. Time has begun to blend together. It has lost all meaning. Something sharp snags at the hem of your skirt, but you do not have the luxury to pause and examine what has happened. Instead, you tug. Your skirt tears, the sound splitting through the forest, and you stumble forward with a shocked gasp. You are free, but at what cost? Your skirt has been irrevocably damaged. Damn. It might be too late to worry about such trivial matters now, though. If you do not start running again, and soon, she will catch you. Then your life will be over. You do not know if she's still following you, but you do not want to risk looking over your shoulder. If you were to see her, silhouetted beneath a tree, looking at you with that sickly sweet smile which once ensnared you, you would lose what little nerve you possess. Your legs would lock up and your blood would freeze in your veins. Then you would crumble. You would fall, but you would not hit the ground. She would be there to catch you. Did she not promise when you made that contract that you would never be alone? I'm scared. I am frightened a little bit. You would like to take that back, that silly wish of yours, but it is too late for that. It is too late for a lot of things. All you can do is run. What the hell? What did I make? What contract did I make? Am I running away from Cuba or something? You run and run and run while icy fog swirls about your feet. It is cold enough to sap the heat from your body and you shudder from it. It feels as though you are drowning. It feels as though you are being buried alive. I don't like where this is. Listen here, you little shit. I read the Steam's game description. I heard some content warnings. This game is gonna get creepy. Slightly, at least. It might bring some uncomfortable themes. I feel like this part of the text is just foreshadowing it. Your knees and your shins, meanwhile, are bleeding. Ow. Damn. You cannot endure much more of this. But if you value your own life, you must. You run and you run and you run until, at long last, you reach a fork in the road. There are 3 paths which split off through the forest. Well, 4 if you count the path down which you came. What? You cannot exactly double back on yourself though. Not when you have put so much effort into running forward. You can only press on. The 3 paths are signposted, which is something of a strange sight given you are so deep in the forest. Dark though it may be, it might be, you have grown accustomed to the shadows. You can just about pick out the writing on this old dilapidated signpost, curved and slanted though it is. Horror? Maybe horror. Not for the spooky kind of horror, like FNAF spooky, but more like the fucked up kind of horror, which I can only think about Little Goody Two Shoes or Madoka Magica. Basically those 2 things introduced me to fucked up Yuri, doomed by narrative Yuri, tragic Yuri. This is what we're playing basically. Enjoy your seat. Your fate, if you will forgive me for sounding cliché, is in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? I feel like the narrator is mocking me. Okay, we go to the shore. No, that's cool. We go to the village. We go to the castle. Well, if if movies have taught me anything, is that you should totally go to a forest. I mean, to go to a castle in a forest and just enter the castle, and you should totally steal a rose from the castle's garden and hopefully not get haunted by the moving furniture or the monster hiding in the castle. Maybe I'll be safe in the castle. Maybe it's abandoned. What's the worst there can be? Ghosts? That's probably it. I'm going to the castle. So you want to go to the castle? Good idea. All decent fairy tales tend to conclude in castles once they're put upon heroines are finally able to wed the handsome princes they once dreamed of. But I'm gay. I don't want a prince. Not confirmed furry! No! Why bother trying your luck with the shore, which may very well be deserted, or the village, which will be full of dirty, barefoot peasants? Wait, what setting is this again? Judging by the girl in the cover, I thought this was a more modern setting. The girl looked like she was wearing a high school uniform or something. It is far better to skip the suffering and go straight to the grand finale. Oh boy! That is very astute of you. I did not realize you had it in you to be so mercenary. I can only wonder what you will uncover during your moonlight meanderings. The night is far from over, and your adventures are only just beginning. I hope only that you have brushed up on your courtesies. They might come in handy when one is interacting with the sovereignty. You know what I'm talking about. Royals can be temperamental after all. If you fail to treat them with the prerequisite amount of respect, you might come to regret it. You follow the path which leads to the castle, supporting yourself on weary, aching legs which feel ready at a moment's notice to detach from your hips. Ugh, I feel it. You are a little more than a wisp of a girl, but you have been running for so very long, and your feet are so very numb, you feel like a great lumbering thing, clumsy and ungainly. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down, and quickly. You only hope, as you continue to run, that you will find a spare room available for you in the castle. You do not know exactly. You don't know what exactly will await you at the castle, but you have visions as you run of a vast, opulent dwelling. This dwelling will surely be full of finely furnished rooms, in which you might rest your weary head. There must also be a king and a queen inside this castle, you ponder, who will be kind and wise. And what of their children? What of a princess? Every good castle must possess a princess who will take pity on you and your plot. Stop it! You can imagine the face of this generous princess with ease, thanks to the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. The princess will be fair of hair and blue of eye, with soft pink lips, pursued like rosebuds. Her limbs will be slender, her hands dainty and unsullied from physical labor, and her sensibilities will be sweeter than marzipan. The fuck is that? She will be kind to you and compassionate, just like an older sister. You do not know what older sisters are like though, or younger sisters for that matter. You are only guessing. You are not a complete fool, however, despite your tendency to daydream, and you do have a few reservations. Monarchs do not, as you know from voracious reading, have the best track record when it comes to caring for the peasantry. I knew it, I told you! Definitely a bad idea, but I'm going for it. Was there not a very famous queen who once said, with a cavalier wave of her hand, that the hungry peasants in her kingdom should content themselves with cake if bread was not an option? I have no idea what this means. You think that this might be a misquote, but the point still stands. Though royals are supposed to grant their subjects succor in their time of need, this does not always happen. This does never happen, what the fuck? In fact, it very rarely happens. See, that's what I told you. Kings and queens and princesses and princes are just people at the end of the day, and they are subjected to the same caprices that all humans are. They can also be careless and selfish and inconsiderate. There is no guarantee that this mythical princess of your imagination will help you. Why, there is no guarantee that this mythical princess exists at all. Oh, come on, don't do it like that. Still, you must try. It is this hope which keeps you going. You continue to run to the castle. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you do it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that the time had begun to lose all its meaning? Were you not reading the text? The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares which dwelt within it. It is still cold though, and foggy, and very, very dark. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now though, as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. Oh no, a horror game! Oh yes, a YURI horror game! Let's go! The moonlight shines down upon the castle, which looms in front of you like a cliffside. Gay scare? Oh, the music changed! Oh, the castle! I'm looking at the drawing, and I can't tell if it's a photograph that's been pixelated with some heavy effects, or a drawing, a really cool drawing that's been made to look like oil in canvas. When I look at the statues at the entrance of the door, looks like a photograph. When I look at the trees on the side, it looks like a painting. My god. The stone edifice of the building is imposing, and it drowns you in shadows darker than the depths of the deepest ocean. I can hear her heavy breathing in YURI. Sorry, I'm not having breathing. I tend to do this thingy. I can't really explain what it is. It's something in my throat. A lot of times. The castle is not all dark though. Not like the night sky above. Kickstop passar. Okay, hold up a second. How do I pause the game? Okay, I'm gonna save the game. Give me a second. One second, guys. Sorry, my mom arrived home and I didn't want the normal house noises to disturb the stream and the reading. And the little ambience I'm trying to make while trying to read good. I suck at reading though. Quieto. Okay, so I saved the game just in case. I forgot that's a thing, you know. The castle is not... Am I on? Yeah. The castle is not all dark though. Not like the night sky above it. When you crane your head, you can see that there are lights flickering within the narrow slitted windows. Is Yuri in your throat? Not yet. It would appear that somebody is home. The king and the queen, perhaps? What of their servants? What, perhaps more pressingly, of their guards? You half expect, as you stand there, that armored knights will accost you for daring to approach the castle of King and Queen so-and-so. Do you not know your place, foolish peasant girl with the dirty skirt? Half of the skirt, apparently. Be gone with you. You are not, of course, a peasant. Your family is a wealthy one, or rather, they were before your father made a series of poor financial decisions. Can this game stop being relatable? You do not look like a young lady right now, though, with your dirty face and your dirty skirt, which is torn at the hem. If any guards were to take you for a vagrant, it would not be surprising. But though you stand there, dithering, your filthy fingers hooked in front of your filthy skirt, you do not hear any cries. Nobody sounds the alarm. Lights might be on the inside of the castle, but there is nobody outside of its perimeter standing sentry. There is nothing to impede your entry, and the elaborate iron gates, which are set into the vast stone walls about the castle's exterior, are open, just a crack. It would be a trivial matter to slip inside. There's nobody to stop you. Why are you trembling now, you silly thing? You have come... Mona, não! Larga o sofá! No! I'm sorry. My cat started scratching the couch again. For fuck's sake. Can't have shit here! You have come so very far, it would be an act of foolishness to turn around now. Mona! Mau! Mau, 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 mau. Mau. Oh, I returned with this arrow. Can you guys see? There's these buttons, glowing buttons. Go on, go! You inhale, perhaps in an attempt to screw up your courage, which has at long last begun to fail you. And then you step forward. You slide between the roofed iron gates as stealthily and as secretive as a thief. Then cross the path which leads up to the... Foda-se! Não! Tu vai sair. Não tô brincando. She thinks I'm playing! When I got up, she crouched on the ground, bobbing her head to the sides, and the skin on her back started twitching. She was ready to play tag, and she meowed like, let's go. No, I opened the door and she happily ran away. Ran away into the other divisions of the house, of course, not away from the house. You slide between the rough iron gates as stealthily and as secretive as a thief, then cross the path which leads up to the tall, imposing structure. The domed doorway, which leads into the castle itself, hewn from stone, is closed, but At a push of your palm, it swings inwards. Try to control the volume for myself on the headset, but it's hard. When there's music or someone speaking, I can't hear my internal monologue. The door creaks alarmingly as it opens, the sound loud enough to split the silence like a thunderclap. You inhale at this and glance around, your eyes darting hither and thither. What the fuck? Oh, wait a minute. I felt like I studied this particular castle for school. Oh fuck. If there are any guards posted about the castle's grounds, they should all have been alerted by the sound. Hey, don't you encourage my cat! Will they come for you at long last? What will happen should they catch you? Will they throw you in the dungeons? Why am I laughing at that? That does not sound like a pleasant way to spend the night. It depends on who you ask, I guess. I think a lot of you would be into it. Doggy, see what I mean? At least you would have a roof over your head though, and you would not have to keep walking. Your feet really do ache. You stand there for an indeterminable amount of time, your heart pounding a panicked, irregular rhythm in the base of your throat. Not the least she moved. But no matter how much time elapses, no guards come. You are thankful for your good luck though, it does make you wonder. Where is everybody? Why, it is almost as if all the people in the world have disappeared. Could you be the very last human left alive? You frown, then press your palm back against the door. You push less cautiously this time, heedless of the loud sound which splits the silence. There is no point in worrying about the guards, not when they might very well be non-existent. Ooh! Your entry to the castle secured. You take a step forward. Hold up. Give me a second. I'm just checking on something. Okay, so the audio is good. It's just my brain that I can't hear myself and I think like I start screaming a little bit. The door swings shut behind you and the... Credo, Sunny! No! My heart. I was getting... like, you know, the suspense kinda thingy? And then my dog starts making monster noises and I get scared. That kind of feeling. The door swings shut behind you and the resultant slam makes you jump. Yeah, kinda like what my dog did to me just now. You did not expect it. Your heart knocks against your ribs and, with wild eyes, you glance about. You are standing in a vast entrance hall made of stone, which splits off into any number of passages. At the very end of the hall, meanwhile, there is a large, elaborate staircase, one which seems to extend to the heavens themselves. It is dark inside the hall, but there are numerous torches set in sconces in the stone wall, which are aflame. They offer some relief from the shadows. You can hear the faint sound of the wind outdoors, as it moans against the castle's impervious walls, but you cannot hear any footsteps. You cannot hear any voices. You cannot, more importantly, hear any people. Maybe the castle is empty. If that's the case, though, Then who lit these torches? Ghost! Woo! I told you it's the worst it could happen. It is a curious conundrum. Muster up what remains of your courage, then cry out, addressing the empty hall in timorous voice which fails to properly fill up space. Hello, you say, with your eyes wide. Is anybody there? Your voice echoes through the vast, empty hall, but it is met, yet again, with silence. You cannot say you're too surprised, but it is somewhat disappointing. Not one to be deterred, you try again and again, your voice growing louder with each subsequent attempt. No matter how loud your voice, however, it fails to reach any ears. If anybody is here, they do not seem to be particularly sociable. That, or perhaps they simply cannot hear you. Could they be in another room? Yes, that must be it. You will never find that pretty fairy tale princess of your imagination if you stand idle, you know? It is time to get to work. Put those legs of yours to good use. Oi! Mean narrator! Not knowing what else to do, is there anything else you can do? You begin to explore. You examine the rooms first on the ground floor of the castle, which are of a similar scale to the impressive entrance hall, large and richly furnished, but utterly unoccupied. After some time of aimless meandering, encountering nobody save the ghosts of aeons past, memorialized on portraits upon the walls, you muster the courage to ascend to the second floor. This floor too you examine, wandering through a seemingly endless series of hallways, until at long last you find a door which is ajar. From between the crack in the door and the jamb, you can see flickering light. Irregular, yes, but it is light nonetheless. Could it be from a fireplace? That would suggest then that this room is occupied unlike all the others. Perhaps the kindly princess you dreamed of will be awaiting you in this room. Why is this girl thinking about a princess so fucking much? I mean, same girl, but I thought you were in a life-death situation. Like, you should not be thinking about Yuri, I think. I mean, I assume you shouldn't. Should be thinking about, am I invading private property? Am I okay to pass the night here? Am I gonna be assassinated in my sleep? Is there anything I can eat? Those kind of important things. Not this, but I guess let's go. Let's go. Yes, but what if the princess is really pretty? Okay, fine. We have our priorities very, very not strict. I get it. I get it. It is with a trembling hand that you press your palm against the door. You push it. It's a bedroom? Then you step inside the bedchamber, which unveils itself for you. Shyly, you stand in the threshold of the chamber, much of your courage extinguished, and gasp. The bedroom itself is gorgeous. It is a chamber so luxuriant, not even the shadows can obscure the fine craft of the furniture within it, nor the rich patterns on the walls. It is the girl inhabiting the chamber, however, who truly takes your breath away. Oh my god, there's a girl? For real? Was I not being delusional all this time? Oh! Hello there! Sitting upon the velveteen sheets of the towering four-poster is a girl, in a sumptuous red gown who seems to be of a like age to you. You do not have a clear view of the girl's face. Her head is bowed, her gaze directed downwards at her lap. You can tell from her hair, however, and from her slender calves, which protrude from beneath the hem of her dress, that she is very pretty. The girl's hair is golden, just like freshly cut wheat, but it is the red of her dress which truly captures your attention. She is so striking you cannot look away from her. Damn, creepy doll! What? Why did it change to this? I should keep saving the game. The girl is not alone in her chamber either. She has a companion, though. This companion is not half so endearing as she. Oh my god, she's so right. In her lap, perched upon her velvet skirt, is a doll. Oh no, no, not the dolls. The doll's hair, like that of her mistresses, is golden, though much of it is hidden beneath a bonnet. The girl is adjusting the china teacup held in the doll's tiny hand, while the trim of the cup glints in the light which exudes from the fireplace. If the girl is of a similar age to you, it seems strange that she would content herself by playing with dolls. Hey! Don't judge her! Let her play with dolls! I play with dolls too! Sometimes. My anime figures, maybe? Maybe more drawing them than actually playing with the physical dolls? Let the girl be! Also, let me drink water. Cold water, very cold. If the girl is of a similar age to you, it seems very strange. Yeah, that. Is she not too old for it? This girl would be more at home, you decide, at a ball, wearing an extravagant gown. Sorry. Speaking with wealthy noblemen, perhaps even princes. She would not be sitting in what you presume to be her bedchamber, adjusting a teacup in a doll's hand. Let the girl be! Man! God forbid women have hobbies! Jesus! But you are not afforded much more time to stand there, marveling at the girl, because she turns. She raises her head. Then her eyes meet yours. You thought the girl pretty when you first observed her, sitting on the edge of her plush velveteen bed, examining her doll. Now she's looking at you. However, her face illuminated by the flames in their grate, you can see that you were mistaken. She's not just pretty. She's beautiful.
Don't you start with let a girl with hobbies BS when you hobbies include biting in turns.
I'm sorry! No, I'm not sorry! Let me have my hobbies, even if it includes biting the interns. It's part of their process. It's part of the job. It's part of their integration process. I forgot the word. Like, it's like a ritual. All the interns have little raptor bites on their chins and ankles. As I was reading though, let me just go back. This is too good not to reread. She's not just pretty. She's beautiful. So much it's breathtaking. She looks as though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She's simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she's some kind of vision. A waking dream? A hallucination? But no, she's none of those things. The doll on her lap is a cold, hard thing made of porcelain, and it is unflinchingly, reassuringly real. If she were a mirage, surely she would not be able to handle physical objects such as this. Trial by fire? Oh, the poor pal, who even thinks of baths? Yeah, kinda like a trial. Trial battle scars, yes. My god. I wish I was the protagonist right now. I like the characters, the princess's like outfit, design and accessories. She looks like she has teeth on her crown and on her earrings, on her ears, like raptor claws or teeth, like the ones I have on my arm. If you look at my counts as my left arm, but it's on the right for you. I have some teeth here on my arm. She looks awfully spiky. Let me have the spiky woman then. It is strange though. The doll, though immaculately made, looks oddly imperfect when compared to the girl who's holding it. You are praising her way too much in your internal monologue. Oh no, that's the narrator. The narrator is praising her or reading the main character's thoughts, maybe. You sure she's a good person? Sure, why wouldn't she be? She's so startlingly beautiful. She even puts man-made representations of feminine charms to shame. As she should! The sight of her makes you feel rather weak. Oh god, I know the feeling. You always have had a fondness for fair maidens, haven't you? Shut up, game, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up! You are rather hopeless when it comes to them, even worse than a knight errant from a courtly legend. Your aesthetic appreciation is not particularly ladylike, but, well, it is not every day a girl encounters an elegant beauty like this, attired in red, illuminated by the firelight. Danda's literally just like her. I don't know, this game is reading me too well. I suppose I can forgive you for this rudeness, as too can the girl. She does not seem to be the type to hold a grudge. She looks very happy in the drawing. Oh, the girl says, in a voice that, surprisingly enough, far less refined than her appearance. It is good to see you. I've been waiting. Has she? Have you? That is news to you. You blink, perplexed, a response on the tip of your tongue, but you are unable to expel it into the ether. The girl is setting her doll aside. Then she stands at the hem of her dress, swishing about her legs. Nimbly like a ballerina, she canvasses the space between you. Her room is so very large, there is quite a lot of space. Then takes your hands in her own. So she dances her way to me, kind of, not literally, but she grabs my hands. She just goes and grabs my hands like that. You must, the girl says, her eyes aglow with excitement. Be my new lady's maid! Oh, it's been a while, but it's such a relief that you finally arrived. I knew that you would. Oh no, this has to be a mistake. No. Fuck, I got a job apparently. You'd never leave me alone, not when you knew how long I was waiting. Oh, I'm so happy. The girl's good mood is contagious, so much so you find yourself being swept away in it. No, no, no. Don't let the gay thoughts distract you. She thinks you're the new maid. Fuck. You have a new job. Wake up, girl. Wake up. You are tempted to accept any identity she might press upon you. Have never been a maid before, but you might not mind being this girl's maid. Girl, trust me, you don't want to be a maid. The castle is too big to clean. Have you thought about that? Have you? She does not seem like a poor mistress to serve. Not if she's always this kind. Oh, maiden master role-playing. Oh my... Stop it! I can just picture an image of Diana in a maid outfit, tired as hell on smoke break behind the corner. Oh my god. My god, that's just me at work! That's literally just me at work, except the cigarettes. And the maid outfit, it's more like a waitress outfit. I hate my fucking job, man. No maiding, I don't want to be a maid, no. It's all good and fun in roleplay, but not in real life. No. Wake up, girl. You cannot mask the confusion, however, which flickers across your face. You're not a good enough actress, and in any case, this is all happening too quickly. Why, you barely know this girl. Why is she being so familiar? It is with blank, moving eyes that you examine the girl. Então, tipo, que o burro olhar para um palácio, basicamente. Real. Your befuddlement is pronounced enough that even the girl, despite her good mood, notices it. She frowns. Then she says, her fingers sliding away from your own. Or am I mistaken? Are you not my new lady's maid after all? The disappointment in the girl's face is abundant, so much so your heart clenches. Oh. You do not know her, she is still a stranger. But you are struck, all of a sudden, with the intense desire to please her. The girl... Why are you so like me? Stop it! Stop feeling pity like that, no! You were running for your life, and now you're gonna pretend this is your new job? Is that how is it gonna be? Sweet Chief, what the fuck? Wait, where's my game? Huh? You do not want to let her down. Though the thought is devastating. You're not aware, you tell her, that you had applied to be her maid. But if that's what she wills, you would not oppose to it. You pray that she forgives you, though, for your discombobulation. You come from a distant country and you have traveled for many miles. You know not where you are, you know, and you do not know who she is. What? You don't know who I am? It is regrettable, you tell her, but no, you do not know her. Though there is no fault of her own. Why, you have spent such a long time running, you hardly even know yourself. Wait, I've been running for really that long? Ah, so you're a fugitive, then, from another country. I see. I won't pry into your past, then, if you'd rather forget about it. I don't mind sharing my past with you, though. Everybody in this country knows who I am after all, or at least they should. Now this is quite the impressive boast. If it were to come from the lips of another, you would have find it unpleasantly arrogant. You do not think, however, that this girl is trying to show off. You get the feeling instead that she is merely telling the truth. Maybe she's trying to be friendly. If you don't have the pleasure of knowing me, then allow me to do the honors. My father and my mother were the king and queen of this realm, and I'm its princess. I've lived in this castle all my life, so I don't know much about the outside world, but I know that other countries do exist out there. I presume it is from one of those foreign countries that you come from. It's very good to meet you. I've always wanted to talk to somebody from overseas. It feels like quite the opportunity. The girl giggles at this, and you smile in response. I'm scared. Let me drink water. Okay. Wait. Me reading the text. Meanwhile, Sweet Sheep is just telling me what I want to hear from the game. Chat. I'm getting thirsty. I have to read a lot. I'm gonna be reading for 4 hours, man. The girl giggles at this, and you smile in response. You tell her unthinkingly that it is your pleasure really to meet her, or at least you mean to. Only to get halfway through this remark when the fully gravity of what the girl has told you sinks in. You come to a stop. Wait, did I miss something? What did she say? Then you stare. Did she just say she was a princess? Yes, that's right. I am a princess, and one day I'll be a queen after I've done a little bit of growing up. Okay, if I went to a castle and if I saw this pretty lady dressed with everything like this, alone in the castle, I would assume she is indeed the princess or the queen, depending on her life situation. Apparently the main character only realized that now. Hello, Rainer! Sorry, hiccups. What the fuck? I don't get it. Let's continue. My ministers don't think I'm ready to run the country just yet, but I've been doing my best at my lessons. One day, I'm sure I'll be the best queen that there ever was. So she really is a princess. That makes sense, you suppose, given she lives in a castle, but it comes with a surprise regardless. You hadn't known before you entered this chamber that you were trespassing on a lady of such great renown. Okay, main character is kinda stupid. Why, if she willed it, she could have you executed for your carelessness. But man, she clearly has a crown. She's a princess. An ugly red flush creeps up on your face. A flush which is far more lurid than the princess's dress as you look at your feet. You are embarrassed. You are experiencing cringe, embarrassment. Bashfully, you stammer out a new address, that you are very sorry for intruding upon her, and you hope that she can forgive you. Oh my god, hi Feta! Welcome! How you doing? We're reading Toxic Yuri! Probably toxic. Most definitely gonna be fucked up. Horror, like, just found the princess of our dreams, I think? Oh, it's alright. Think nothing of it, I don't mind really. We all make mistakes. And anyway, you weren't to know. You said you weren't from around here. You nod your head in a silent affirmation. It isn't a complete lie. You really are not from this country. You are not from this world at all. What? How wonderful! I'll look forward to picking your brain later. What did she mean by this? What? Is that an English expression for getting to know someone? Picking your brain? All of my servants come from the nearby village. Their tales are all the same, and so are their superstitions. I could do with a breath. I could do with a breath of fresh air. My last lady's maid told me I was too impetuous, but I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting a bit of an adventure. Not that I've ever been afforded much of that. I've been shut up in here for so long, I hardly ever get a chance to talk to other girls my age. My last lady's maid was older than me, and so was the one before her, and the one before her. Some of the princess's fair mood seems to dissipate as she speaks, her expression turning by degrees into something rather more pensive. But I haven't seen any of my old lady's maids in a while, or any of the other servants for that matter. They've all disappeared. Now that's quite curious. How could the whole household full of servants, what the fuck, servants simply disappeared? I mixed servants with simply and said serpents. Great, Diana, great. That I don't know. This castle was full of servants once. My lady's maids, and my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and my large retinue of retainers. They're all gone now, though. Man, is she really like an airhead that people just disappear? She has zero object permanence, you know, like cats. I think my ministers must have sent them away. I don't know why they would have done that though. They didn't explain it to me. But then again, they never explained anything to me. They still treat me like I'm a little girl. It's so tiring. She said that her minister sent her servants away? What of her parents, the king and the queen? Would they not be the ultimate authorities in the castle's hierarchy? They would, yes, if they were still alive, but they're not. They died a long time ago. I was raised for most of my life by my servants. Oh, you answer, and then you flush. You hadn't known. Ah, it's alright. You don't need to apologize. I'm just happy that I have you now. I was getting sick and tired of only having my dolls to speak to. They aren't the best conversational partners. You can imagine so, yes. Adopt any doll, even one made by a talented artisan, with an intelligent face indistinguishable from a human's, would be very good at answering back. Oh no, they aren't. They're hopeless at it, really. They're so stony-lipped. I have no idea how much of a relief it is to see you. This castle is so big, and without any servants, it feels so very empty. It's so lonely here. Whoa! She said the line! She said the line! Yay! I love it when games do this. I think the first time I had this happen with me in the video game was when the Midna in Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess called Zelda the Twilight Princess. No, because of the situation she was in if you play the game. It's so cool when they do this. Compose yourself then. Now that is an interesting turn of eyes. It catches inside your head like a burr. What does she mean by this? Have you heard it before? Is it deeper than this? We do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the princess is speaking anew, in that curiously conversational manner of hers which does not seem particularly princessy. Maybe she learned how to speak from her servants. That would explain why her consonants are so unrefined. What did she mean by this? I'm starting to get self-conscious about my own reading. Oh, but listen to me, yammering on again. It's a bad habit. I really must put a stop on it. princess was confused on what you were talking about. As you said that, they mentioned the title. Oops. You're probably tired, dear one, from your travels. Would you like me to show you to your room? Yes, the princess announces before you can say anything in reply. I think I'll just do that. I might show you a bit around the castle first, though. It's like amazing here, and I wouldn't want you getting lost. You'll be staying here for quite some time after all. Well, did I get the job? I lied on my resume, though. The princess then hastens to take you on a tour of her home. Woohoo! Tour guide! Fortunately, she does not show all the rooms in her abode, and neither does she offer overly long descriptions as to what the few rooms she does show you are used for. Princess, oops, it seems like I accidentally locked us inside the room. She better. Maybe. Wait. Maybe not. I'm scared. I'm kind of scared from the vibes of the game. But I can feel the main character, so it's doing a good job. She does, however, pause by the kitchens, where yet she offers you some victuals. What? Once the growling in your belly has been satisfied, the princess then resumes her journey. Oh, she gave me food! So nice! She leads you down a dark, twisting hallway, and up a series of equally dark, twisting steps, until she arrives at long last before a door. The princess pushes this door aside summarily, thus permitting you entrance to a small, humble bedchamber. This chamber is not half so opulent as the grand bedroom in which the princess resides, with its resplendent four-poster. I don't know what that is. It is richly patterned, and it's richly patterned wallpaper. This room's ceiling is not as high, and the singular bed shoved against the wall is thin and narrow. The walls are an unassuming beige, and the floor beneath your soles is of warped wood. There is a mulled rose scent too, which hangs in the air, one of disuse and general decay. You get the feeling that nobody has slept in this room for quite some time. That might explain why it feels so very cold in here. What do you mean it smells like decay? Did somebody die here? Hello? Though if the princess's tour of her castle has taught you anything, is that it is cold in every room of her abode. Now here we are, the final stop of your tour. This will be your room, dear one. I hope it's to your liking? The princess, despite her exalted status, looks somewhat uneasy as she observes you, her eyes upturned like those of a loyal dog's. Is she concerned about your reaction to this room? Perhaps she is afraid that you will turn your nose up at her kindness? For a princess, she is awfully eager to please. This is an expected contrast between the princess's lofty title and her ingratiating attitude makes you smile. I don't like my room cause you're not in my bed. Oh yeah, I can't. The room is rather scanty, yes, when it comes to its contents. Sorry. But it is more than passable. It has a roof and 4 walls, and though it is cold, you fancy you will feel warmer once you have her in your bed. I mean, once you have slept beneath the bed sheets. I'm terrible. The room is not quite fancy, Not quite so fancy as your dormitory at the conservatoire. Is this like dorms for school? And neither it is so large, but it does have one glaring improvement over your previous lodgings. You will not be expected to share it with anybody else. There is only one bed in this room, and this bed is to belong to you. You think that the peace and the quiet will do you a world of good. I tell the princess as much, and she smiles. That's good. I was worried you wouldn't like it. I know it isn't much to look at, but it's one of the nicest servants' rooms we have in the castle. Most of the maids sleep beneath the roof, in this teeny tiny room which is all cramped. There's 10 beds up there, and they're so close together there's barely any room to pass between them. Why do they sleep on the attic? That's a weird place to sleep. I thought it was perfectly ghastly when I saw it the last time I went up there. Not that I was supposed to be up there. It was a rainy day and I couldn't go outdoors, so I was doing a bit of exploring. If the housekeeper had known I'd been sulking around, I don't think she would have been best pleased. Well, in any case, nobody sleeps up there anymore. The scullery maids. Ai, que susto! Okay, I realized I need to do something. I need to lower the game volume in general and raise it on OBS a little bit. Wait. Trying to figure out the volume again. Testing. Because when Raja used the sound redeems, when he used the sound redeems, they were very low because I had the volume general on my headset low because of the game. So water. So I was trying to fix that. Please do tell me if my voice is too low in comparison to the volume. Also, hi Raja, welcome! I couldn't put you up there though, in the attic. With all those empty beds, I didn't think it'd be very cheery. You're not just a scullery maid, you're my lady's maid. That means you deserve good lodgings. I'm dying. It'd be an insult to offer you any less than this. Oh. Wait, so I did get the job. Oh, fuck. Now it's getting late. You'll have to forgive me for rabbiting on. I've heard it's something I tend to do. It's a bad habit. One that's becoming for a lady. The housekeepers warned me enough times. You reassure the princess to the contrary, smiling as you do so. You do not mind if she talks too much. That is better than not talking at all. Her affable nature makes it easier to spend time with her. Manners be damned. You're always scolded too, back in the conservatoire, for your behavior. You know full well how aggravating it can be. Upbraided? Not for any particular misdemeanor, but for being yourself. Basically, you know how it is to be scolded just by being yourself. Well, I'm glad you understand, the princess answers with a giggle. I really should be off though. It's bad manners to keep you, especially when you look sleepy. Get some rest. We can talk more tomorrow if you don't mind my ceaseless prattle. I'm glad you seem to appreciate it at least. Though I'm sure you'll get tired of it eventually. All my old maids did. princess departs, and in her absence, you take a seat upon the bed. Your new bed. You cannot help but think that this is all happening very quickly. It does not seem like very long ago that you were still in the forest, running for your life amongst the tall, imposing trees with their gnarled, grasping branches. The forest might as well be a distant memory now, though. You are indoors, inside a castle no less, and you have been given a room in which to sleep and clothes that you might wear. It seems premature still to declare that you are out of the woods, in a metaphorical sense I mean, but things could be certainly worse. You force yourself to stand on legs, which feel too weary to support you, and change into the night clothes hanging in the wardrobe. The night clothes do not fit you perfectly, but you are too tired to care about that. You are too tired to care about much of anything. You retreat to the bed and slide beneath the sheets. Then you let your eyelids fall shut. You exhale. And, lulled by the breeze which blows outdoors, you fall asleep. You are so very tired, your sleep is a deep, dark one, darker even than the furthest abysses of the nighttime. Like the nighttime sky, however, which shimmers with stars, your sleep is not devoid of these prismatic fragments you humans call dreams. Though in this case, I rather think your nocturnal imaginings are worth rather more than that. They are not dreams, are they, to which your slumbering mind is subjected? You know that they are not. Otherwise, your body would not be so very cold, not so clammy. The images that flicker beneath your closed eyelids, like the ghostly images in the... What? Phenakiscope? I think that's an old machine thingy. If not, I don't know. We're not conjured from within your mind. No idea what that means. They were instead taken from your memories. Okay, I get it now. You are not merely dreaming, you are remembering. You remember the girls who slept in your dormitory and how they always hastened to use the shower first, so you were last for breakfast. I heard a notification! The toasted is now following! I know one toast. Is that the toast? Hi toast! Anyways, welcome and thank you for following! I'm getting out of air from reading so much. Inspira. Expira. You guys not get lightheaded from reading so much? Well, I do. Sometimes. Not even by reading, just by streaming normally. Forget how to breathe sometimes. So, her dreams are actually memories. You remember how, when you finally did arrive at the dining hall, the most
Diana, are you Jurassic Park? 'Cause I wanna see giraffes in my park.
My god, Ludwig! Okay, I need to do more level adjusting to the game. Like this. And like this. No, I'm not your ass in your park. No, I'm not my ass in your park. No. Eat the toast. Hi toast, welcome! Enjoy the Doomed Yuri we are reading. Most definitely, most probably Doomed Yuri. Ah, no, that's no Riz. Shitty Riz. You remember, when you finally did arrive at the dining hall, the most desirable morsels had already been snaffled up by the girls who got there earlier. You struggled too to find a seat, once you finally did get your hands on some food, because nobody ever wanted to sit with you. Oh. The other girls all acted like you were a leper, save for when they wanted favors. They never asked for their favors, mind, or why would they? To them, your father's prestige did not matter. They were all wealthy ladies too, many of them wealthier than you. When everybody has the airs and graces of a princess, how is anybody supposed to stand out? You stood out the least in your class, perhaps because you were one of the smallest, the frailest, the sickliest, who always came down with colds in the winter. She's just like me, for real! The amount of tonsillitis and shits I had this winter, man. Your poor health did not stop the other girls from treating you as a servant, though. When they remembered that you existed, of course. It was your lot in life, as you dwelt within the stone walls of the conservatoire, to carry school bags across the field like a pack mule. Then come the evenings. The girls in your dormitory had you sewing on missing buttons and ironing out the creases and the wrinkles in their uniforms. Why are you doing all of this? If there was an odd job that needed performing, you would always be asked. But these girls did not ask you. That would have been too civilized. They ordered you instead, and as they ordered you, they laughed at you. They laughed, and they laughed, and they laughed. The laughter hurt, but it hurt considerably less than the kicks did, and the slaps, and the pinches. Once, during an embroidery lesson, one of your classmates had an accident with her sewing scissors. She stumbled, or at least she pretended to, and before you knew it, the silvery blades of those scissors were embedded in your left palm. This happened quite some time ago, when you were even littler than you are now, but you can still remember it. It hurt a lot. I'm gonna lower a little bit the volume, because when I'm not screaming, I get too close to the volume sound. The scissors were sharp and they perforated your skin, not all the way down to the bone, but enough to bleed. Your wound bled bright red like strawberry jam all over your embroidery. Then when your professor saw it, she shrieked. Her face turned as pale as way when she looked for a few moments, as though she might faint, though you were the one who was in pain. Your professor looked at your face. She could not bear to look at your hand, then demanded to know why you could not be more careful. Her tone had been an accusatory tone, almost as if you had stabbed yourself in the hand with your scissors to goad her. The pain in your hand hurt, but the giggles of your persecutors hurt all the more. They never were punished for that. Perhaps your professor did not care enough to punish them. Perhaps she, like everybody else, thought it was all your fault. The wound, when all was said and done, was not too deep. It did not even need any stitches. It healed well enough in time on its own, though it still left a scar, a white, raised thing like a crescent moon. I was trying to see which of my fucking hands. You know, one time I stabbed the back of my hand on one of the class's tables, like the corner of the table, because I was such in a fucking hurry to leave that class that I stabbed my hand real hard, and it got a little scar from the scratch. And I look at that little thing. You guys wouldn't even see it if you weren't really close, like a few centimeters close to my hand. But there's a little scar somewhere in here to remind me of how much I hated that class. You still have that scar. You do not know how much blood you lost. It seemed like a lot back in the classroom. You could smell it in the air, sharp as iron. But it could not have been that much, evidently. If your wound had been more serious, perhaps your professor might have cared. Perhaps your classmates too would have felt some modicum of guilt over what they did. But this seems very unlikely. What subject? What subject, you ask? Geometria descritiva. Have you heard? Have you heard of it? Let me see if I find a translation in English. Oh, by the way, guys, there's gonna be an ad in 40 seconds. So, let me just see it here. Descritiva em English. It's called descriptive geometry, like literal translation. They don't tell me anything else in Google. It's ass. It's an ass of a subject related to arts. Ah, geometry and numbers and doing stuff. Eu sei o que é geometria, mas nunca ouvi falar de geometria descritiva. Oh my god! Portuguese mention! It's related to arts. In school here, when you choose the art path, like the art skill tree, instead of the science skill tree, you start getting new specific subjects in Dinosaur High School. Yeah, and that was one of them. That I hated that subject so much that when I went to the exam, I forgot my own name for a moment. I forgot how to write my own name for a few seconds as I was panicking so hard for doing the test. Needless to say, I didn't pass that one, but I passed on my second try. I had the chance to go a second time. Yeah, fucking hate that. Okay, ad ends in 30 seconds, so I'm just gonna drink more water! Ia caindo. Just gonna drink more water so you guys don't miss anything. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I think we are good to go. You know that your blood meant nothing to your classmates? Why should it? If you meant next to nothing, then the blood in your veins was, if such thing is possible, even more inconsequential. Light. Hiccups. Merda. Ugh. Having so much hiccups. Not really hiccups, more like burps, but they just exist as hiccups. I can't explain because hiccups do not stop that easily. You feel disoriented when you awake at long last with the rising of the sun. You do not remember what you dreamed? But you do not think that your dreams were of a particularly pleasant nature. I hear a heartbeat. Oh. If they were, your heart would not be hammering so. Ill at ease, you glance around. Oh, these are definitely photographs or 3D renders. They have to be. You are lying in a narrow bed in an unremarkable room. one with dull beige walls and a warped wooden floor. Yeah, I think I've been through that. But where exactly are you? This does not look like a dormitory in the conservatoire, not unless it has shrunk threefold overnight. Your brow furrows as you attempt to recall the events of the night prior, until, with a gasp, it all clicks into place. You remember now. You were running through the woods trying to escape from... You shudder. You do not want to think of what it was you were trying to escape from. I think I need to know about that eventually. You presume that you must have given your hunter the slip though, because you are still in one piece, awake and alert enough to face the dawning of a new morning. You still have all of your limbs, and your facial features appear to be in the correct configuration. What? This is more than enough to be getting along with. You look to the foot of your bed, then blink, bemused at your discovery. You can see lying upon the sheets a garment, two garments actually, of black and white, folded into a neat white square. What could that be? A maid's outfit? Definitely! If so, it would not be too surprising. You can now recall your visit with the princess the night prior, and her assertions that you must be her lady's maid. Well, if that is the role she wants you to assume, you have no qualms with it. It is far preferable to the other role you played last night, that of a startled quarry running from its pursuer. We're getting into some interesting role plays in this game. You press your fingers against the humble maid's attire. It feels surprisingly soft to the touch, not coarse like you expected. These clothes are rather fine. Did the princess put them here? If so, that is all the more reason to wear them. You are not churlish enough to deny her hospitality. You rise from your new bed, then undress yourself, unbuttoning the front of your plain white nightgown and setting it aside. This task accomplished, you then clad yourself in your new attire, black, white and eminently sensible. What? You feel very far away from the girl that you once were. Your face might be the same as always, but something within you seems to have changed. You are no longer a student, not as long as you mean to reside within the princess' castle. You would far rather be her servant. You assured of your newfound identity, you retreat from your chamber, then make your way to your mistress's bedroom. The castle is a large one with many, many rooms and many, many hallways to connect them. And for a brief while, you find yourself horrendously lost. Oh no! You cannot remember where the princess's bedroom is. You are beginning to feel rather disorientated when, to your relief, your eyes snag upon the stairwell, which looks rather familiar. Could this be the way? You ascend these steps, your foot falls cushioned by the plush carpet which lines them. Then find your way down to the very same hall traversed the night prior. If they're trying to make a map in my brain, I'm already lost. I can't remember. If your memory does not fail you, then the princess's bedroom ought to be... Yes, it is here. You rap upon the door, but receive nothing in the way of response. Is the princess still in bed? You wonder, briefly, whether you oughtn't wait until she has risen of her own accord. But no, the sun is high in the sky, and it would seem a shame to let the princess sleep through the day. You out instead to rouse her. That seems like the sort of duty a lady's maid should attend to. You enter the princess's bedroom and glance about. The room looks much the same as you remember it from the night prior, though the ceiling seems even higher when viewed in the one morning's light. You can see, now that there are fewer shadows to impede your view, how many opulent your young mistress's abode is. Her armoire is large and imposing, and is the grate in which you will be expected to keep a fire lit during the night. The princess herself, meanwhile, is curled on her side beneath the sheets, looking rather less grandiose than her title would suggest. Let the woman sleep! She is attired in a nightgown adorned with frills, and her hair is split across her pillow like spilled gold. In her slender arms, meanwhile, held to her chest, is a doll, the very same one she was cosseting last night. I suppose this doll must be her favorite. I should save. Every time doll is mentioned, I saved. Idly, you wonder what the doll's name is, though you do not suppose it matters all that much. Maybe it does matter to her. It is time to wake your mistress. You call out to the princess, but she is largely unresponsive. Her eyelashes are still sewn tightly shut, and her lips pursed in slumber. Hi, Falcor! Welcome! Welcome to Doomed Yuri stream! You purse your lips too and sigh. Well, nobody ever said your job would be easy. Once again, you call to the princess, and this time she replies. Her response is not a favorable one, however. She sighs, then turns away from you, her doll clutched to her chest. Just give me a little longer. The princess sounds so enfeebled, what? But you do not take pity on her. If you have learned anything from the conservator, save for knowledge pertaining to the respiratory tracts of fish, is that one must be cruel to be kind. Oh well, poetico. You do not think this adage was practiced with any great success in the conservator, but perhaps it will have more of an impact upon the princess. Damn, I yawned too hard. Ugh. You tell her, once again, to wake up, more sternly this time. You will not let her sleep, for she has slept long enough already. This is very slovenly, really, to still be abed at such an hour. Abed. Ah, I get it. Oh, defeated the princess sighs. Alright, I can see that I can't twist you around my little finger. Not trying to be cute, it's not going to work. I'm up, you don't need to nag me. Once you have roused the princess from her bed and you have put her doll to the side. Why am I sleepy? Why am I sleepy? São 4, quase 5 da tarde. Damn. Once you have roused the princess from her bed and have put her doll to one side, you set upon her toilet? What? The fucking toilet? What? You aid the princess? Ah, I think I know what it is. You aid the princess in the brushing of her hair. A chore to which she submits willingly, like a cat might allow its fur to be brushed. You allow yourself to ponder as you run the bristles of the princess's brush through her hair. How wonderfully soft it feels against your skin. But a curious query from the princess. Are you alright, dear one? Brings you back to your senses. You were rather lost in thought there. Look lively now. You wouldn't want the princess to catch wind of your salacious thoughts, would you? I thought that you had learned your lesson about that already. Suitably chastened, you finish with the princess's hair and then set the brush aside. Now that the princess's tresses have been taken care of, you must start on her attire. The princess remains seated upon the edge of her bed, looking up at you askance. She does not ask you to avert your eyes, and nor does she make any motion of divesting herself of her nightgown. It really does seem as though she expects you to undertake this task on your own. Is that alright? You ask the princess as much. You would not wish to impinge upon her modesty, but she only laughs. Yes, that's alright. It's what you're supposed to do if you're to be my lady's maid. I'm used to being dressed and undressed. I'm not a bit squeamish about it. She might not be squeamish about it, but you are! Yes, I am! I'm not ready for this! I have to take care of a real-life doll. I have to brush her hair and undress her, put her in new clothes. Jeez. You have never seen a naked woman before expecting yourself. Damn. Even then, however, you have always dressed and undressed furtively, not wanting to examine your body for longer than it's strictly necessary. You have never much liked the way you look. You make a few more mumbled objections, but the princess sweeps them to one side easily. It's alright, I might be a princess, but we're both people underneath all of our clothes. I doubt we look much different. I'm not too sure about that. You have not yet seen the princesses unadorned, but you already know to look at her face that you are different. What does... I clicked somewhere. Wait. She is much prettier than you are. But she is waiting and you do not wish to keep her waiting any longer. You steady your nerves. Then you reach out with trembling hands and you begin to undo the buttons which run the front of the princess's nightgown. You work as quickly as you are able, which, given how badly your hands are shaking, is not very. You fumble with a couple of the buttons, flinching as you do so. The princess, however, seems blissfully unaware of what it is exactly you are doing, or not doing, for your fingers have begun to seize up with the front of her nightgown. She is not winning. She's not even looking at you. Instead, her gaze is directed beyond your shoulder to the windowsill and the sky beyond it. It isn't particularly sunny, but I don't think it's too cold outside. Going for a walk might not be a bad idea. What do you think, dear one? You think that you would like to finish undressing the princess as soon as possible, so you can make some progress on dressing her again. We love a girl failure, am I right, guys? The sight of all of this exposed skin is bad for your heart. Unfortunately, you are able to make quick work of the princess's nightgown, despite your initial mishaps. spurred on, perhaps by your anxiety. Right. You guys love me too, even if I'm also a girl failure, right? 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 Wait, wrong tab. Wrong tab. Photos. Okay. You bid the princesses to stand. You bid the princess to stand, which she does, and neatly she steps out of her nightgown, her motions once again as graceful and as fluid as a dancer's. This task completed, you search hurriedly, warriorly, for the princess's red dress. Where is it? Cannot find it. Sweat begins to prickle on the back of your neck. Your palms, meanwhile, feel uncomfortably clammy. The moments pass awkwardly, uneasily, as you search, the princess standing there, all the while as naked as the day she was born. Why did you not find her dress before you stripped her of her night one? What a fool you are! The princess, not in your panic, giggles, then says, "Are you looking for my dress?" Where did you hide it? Yes, you reply, your face flushed. That is what you were doing. I thought so. I did wonder before you started undressing me why you'd not ask to where it is. Maybe it slipped your mind? It had slipped your mind, yes, to your shame. You were too busy trying to fixate upon the princess's bared skin to think about how best to conceal it. My dress is in my armoire. How do you pronounce this shit? Google? Armoire.
Armoire.
Armoire! Okay. I apologize for mispronouncing this and a bunch of other words in this stream. I have now learned that this is an armoire. How?
Armoire.
Okay, but now slowly.
Armoire. Armoire.
Fuck it, it's just a closet. It's just a closet, okay? Armoire. My dress is in my armoire, the princess says, glancing over to the aforementioned piece of furniture. That armoire of hers is an intricately carved wooden structure, large enough, or so you estimate, to fit inside it enough dresses to attire a whole ballroom's worth of princesses. Or large enough to fit a closeted lesbian inside. French. Stop mocking my French, I don't speak French! I'd like to wear the red one, it's my favorite. Would you be a dear and fetch it for me? I don't want to rush you, but it is rather cold in here, especially when I'm still naked. She raises a good point. You turn away from the princess and make your way to her armoire. Once there, you open its wooden doors and peruse the clothes hanging within. It is just as you expected. Inside that wardrobe lies numerous dresses, all of them finely sewn and decorated with no shortage of ribbons, lace, and iridescent pearls. You find the princess's red dress soon enough, then hurry to her side. With your spoils in hand, you hurry to dress her, concealing once again the princess's pale skin beneath layers upon layers of soft red velvet. She is easier to look at now, you think, with her skin concealed. I think I'd be blushing anyways. She's that pretty. That might have been the most nerve-wracking task you have ever had to accomplish, even more so than your perilous escape through the foggy forest. Why, it seems a small miracle you can still remember how to breathe. That's much better. Thank you, dear one, for your help. You've not been here for a full day, but I already wonder what I'd do without you. I wonder if she can dress by herself. Like, does she know how to do those things? Or is she stupid? I have to do everything for her because she's stupid or because she's royalty. You know? Maybe both. Let me just drink water. The water is so cold. My teeth hurt. Peraí. Okay. Shyly, you assured the princess that you did nothing really, nothing beyond your job. You did not do anything incredible, and in any case, being complimented by somebody so pretty is embarrassing. Ah, don't be like that. I want to compliment you. Why shouldn't I? And you've been so helpful. It'd be rude not to. And anyway, I think you're very pretty too. But no, you don't. No. You don't think I'm pretty. No, I don't know how to take compliments. No, stop it. Shut up. Oh my, your face flushes from this more deeply than ever before. You ought to count yourself lucky, really, with all of this excessive blushing, that the princess does not seem to possess any vampiristic tendencies. I mean, if she had, I think I'd be blushing even more. You're making yourself quite the easy target. Now the princess declares, why don't we go for a walk? It's a nice enough day. And I get so very bored of being cooped up inside. Back from a meeting, how doomed are we? Arisen, she called me cute! She says she thinks I'm cute too! And I had to undress her and dress her. I think we are winning so far. You can't think of any particular objections to raise to this remark, and you think that the princess might have a point? So we're going on a walk? Walk? We're going on a walk? Ugh. In 4 minutes there will be an ad. I hope I can remember closer to the time, but 4 minutes it will happen. Where am I? Ah. The castle, though expensive, is somewhat stifling. Walkies? Yes, we're going on walkies! The walls are so very thick they put you in mind of a crypt. I have been playing for almost 3 hours and I still haven't finished half of the game, I think. Walkies! Thanks for the emote there, doggy. I was really looking for that. With your acquiescence assured, the princess quits her chamber, her posture elegant and her gait her gait unhurried. Nah, don't worry, she doesn't bite. Ow, 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 ow. She seems not to walk as she navigates her way through the seemingly endless hallway of her home, but to float like a cloud. Ela não anda, ela desfila! I'm sorry. That's a song, that's a reference. The hem of her dress swishes around her legs, and her hair shifts like a shroud. The castle's courtyard, meanwhile, is sadly lacking in comparison to the princess's beauty. Top capa de revista! Sim! I'm gonna die. The courtyard is fenced in by the castle's walls, which look in the stark midday light, tall and imposing. Faceless soldiers standing sentinel. Wait, we have soldiers? Real soldiers? Though the sun is out, it is not particularly bright, and neither it is particularly warm. Ah, it's one of those weathers when I think I look and it's sunny outside, and then I go out and I need to go back because I need a fucking jacket. And then when I come back, it's hot and I need to remove the fucking jacket again. Welcome to August in Portugal. Is it August or July? I don't remember. It's like close to those months. I have news for you, Shonen. Shonen Dead. Dead Shonen. I have news for you, Shonen Dead. I am half Brazilian. The courtyard itself, meanwhile, it is in a state of disarray. The flower beds are in shambles. I'm in shambles too, with how pretty this girl is. All overgrown with weeds. It is rather depressing. The princess's castle might be grand in scale, but the courtyard itself is simple, hemmed in to a claustrophobic degree like a coffin. Yeah, let's go! The princess, however, seems not to share your dolorous mood. She, instead, looks elated by her newfound surroundings, smile unwavering. She's so happy! She gambols about like a lamb, flitting hither and thither as she examines the weed-infested flower beds. Her my tongue. Her frolicking comes to a cease, however, by a bush. One is full of bright red roses. Okay, she's having fun playing around in the simple garden. Let her be. I like plants. Weeds can be cool too. You know, white clovers are like clovers. 3-leaf clovers. Oh, come. I think the ad happened and then I didn't realize. Oh no, the ad is happening. So I'm gonna make a pause just to yap about what I was talking about, the weeds, and drink water. Just so you guys don't miss the story. I was saying that I like plants a lot. I don't have a garden, but I have a bunch of plants in pots. And I like weeds sometimes. Like that's not a weed. I like, for example, white clovers. They are considered a weed. They are your typical clover with 3 leaves, but on the inside it's like they have a little white ring. When they make a flower, it's like a tall neck, a tall green neck, and then a little imagine the cheerleader's puff thingy, a tiny purple one on the top of the flower's neck. Then it slowly turns into white as it opens. And also it's that one clover which you are usually looking for when looking for the lucky 4-leafed clover. Oh, did the ad end? Let me just finish this, sorry. You know, sometimes they have a genetic mutation and they get an extra leaf, and that's where the 4-leaf clover comes into. And I do very easily find those. I have a book somewhere around here where I have about 10 of them in a page or two, so they are like kept forever. I'm not following the plot. Is she a vampire? Was she what was that talk about biting? She was not talking about biting. She was. I think the game just made a remark of how much I blush. How, you know, blush is like blood coming to the top of my head, to my face, my body. And so if she was a vampire, I'd be an easy target. Basically, the game is saying you blush too goddamn much. The plot is that I found my way into a castle Because I was running in the woods like this is a Beauty and the Beast. And she's the beauty and I'm the beast, maybe. No, I'm just a girl. Yeah, and I am now her maid. That's the plot. Let's see where it goes. But this really looks like doomed Yuri by their narrative, so I'm looking forward to what's gonna happen. Continuing with the story. Oh, how very pretty! You not think they're gorgeous, dear one? The flowers are not too disappointing, you suppose? They make for a fine spectacle, in fact. A welcome splash of color when contrasted with the dullness and the drabness which permeates the rest of the courtyard. She took you for a slave? I think she thought I was going to be her maid. She was waiting for a maid. And I decided to play along, basically. Because sure, why not? I don't really have where to go, so this is my life now. Girl was in a really bad life situation. Apparently she had been running for a very, very, very long time. Like, more than a day at least, according to the text. Though the other flowers in their beds... Though the other flowers in their beds are wilted, withered things, it is not so for these roses. They are rich, bright red, just like blood. Their heads are so full they seem almost to drop beneath the weight of their own engorged petals. They are pretty in a sense, but there is something unsettling about them too, something that is almost obscene. How did those roses become so very red? What has been sustaining them? Could it be possible that these roses have been draining the life from the other flowers which are struggling to grow within this garden? Roses don't do that. Roses are very sensitive, actually. Every time I get to roses, though, they die. Because they get, what's the name? Mites! They get mites! They get some white mites! My fucking roses. So I'm just gonna try to one day grow the stronger type that just grows outside. The bigger ones, you know. It is a fanciful thought, but... Oh, they're simply divine! Looking at these roses always lifts my spirits. They really are my most favorite flowers. I simply must pick some of them. Perhaps I can use them to decorate my bedchamber. It could use a bit of color. The princess reaches out so as to pluck one of the roses free from its resting place amongst its brethren. You watch her, your breath bated, anxious that this gesture might result in perforated flesh and bright red blood. But the princess is not as clumsy as you fear. Of course she's not. What do you think she was, you? What the fuck? A bitch can't even dress herself up? Of course I'm concerned. Rather than worrying about other people, you would be better served if you worried more about yourself. What the fuck is this narrator? The princess holds her newly Wilfred rose to her nose and inhales, her eyelids falling shut as the flower's sweet scent washes over her. A few moments of silence pass. Then the princess begins to toy with the petals which adorn the flower's crown. Now let me see. I wonder what fate has in store for me. She loves me. The princess plucks a petal from the flower's overburdened head. She loves me not. The princess continues with this childish incantation, all the while stripping her rose slowly and methodically of its petals. These petals flutter about the princess like bloody snow. The princess's voice, meanwhile, echoes throughout the courtyard, even more melodic than the strains of a pianola. She loves me not. She loves me not. The princess's fingers hover over the final petal, which crowns her nearly denuded flower. Then, with a triumphant smile, she declares, "She loves me! I knew it!" You watch the princess, amused by her girlish good cheer. The little mantra she has been reciting is one that you are familiar with. The girls at the conservatoire, maybe that's how it's pronounced, also used to engage in this little game. The younger ones, at least, who believed that a fairy tale prince would whisk them away. You might have participated in this game yourself, when you were a child. Yourself. You never pinned your hopes and dreams on a handsome prince. Your interest in princes has always been minimal. When it comes to fair princesses, though, well, that is a different matter altogether, isn't it? I know what you are! Pleasantly, you ask the princess whose love it is she wishes to court, a query which makes the princess giggle. Oh dear one, who else would I be thinking of? Naturally, I was thinking of you! Naturally. She says it so easily, as though you ought to have suspected as much. As indeed, part of you did. You wanted to believe, yet part of you was afraid to. Hey, Falcor, thank you! It's 3 in a row! Good job! Let's go! I also saw doggies, but I forgot to mention. I appreciate you guys who have been able to stop by in sequence. I hope you enjoyed the chalky eggs. You did not want to be arrogant enough to assume that the princess might care for your affections. You begin to blush, your cheeks almost as red as the roses, while the princess laughs. She laughs, and she laughs, and she laughs, her voice clear and sweet like a nightingale's song, as though you are the funniest thing she has ever seen. You never liked being laughed at when you dwelt within the walls of the conservatoire, but it is different with her. You have not known her for all that long, but you are already entranced by her, ensnared. She has you wrapped around her little finger. Oh my! The princess' laughter tapers off into a series of giggles as, smiling, she wipes her eyes with the back of her hand. That was quite the amusing diversion, but I've just had an idea. You look at the princess curiously. What idea? You can tell? You cannot even begin to guess. I just thought that all this watching must be boring you, the princess says, tossing the rose's stripped stem carelessly at the ground. You should give it a try! Please do, it will be fun! The princess retrieves a second red rose from the bushes, deftly snapping it between her fingers, and offers it to you. Not chunky eggs! Chucky! From chocolate! The chocolate eggs are my channel points. Oh my. This game is the cutest shit I've seen. At least. So far. So far in this game. It has been very cute. I hope the cute moments last. I want to see what fate has in store for you two. You smile at the princess, touched by her enthusiasm. Indulging in childish games like this might not be the best use of your time. But the princess looks so very determined you would not wish to hurt her. What could be the harm, really, in consenting? The only real casualty of this game will be one singular rose, the rose that the princess is holding towards you. Reach out, meaning to accept the princess's offering, but... Oh no! You are clumsy, and you seize the stem of the rose with a touch, too much strength. Ow! The head of the rose might be pretty, but there is more than a rose. More to a rose than its bright red flowers. Roses have thorns too, a fact you are now being painfully reminded of. Pain flares through your fingers and you gasp. You take a step back, the hem of your skirt swishing around your ankles. Your finger is stinging, and so are your eyes. You ought to have been more careful. Why are you so stupid? You poor dear, you're bleeding! The princess exclaims, alarmed. Then she frowns. This is all my fault. If I'd not suggested this silly game, this never would have happened. Please let me take care of you. And how is she going to do that? Perhaps she means to take a handkerchief from her pocket, which she might staunch your wound. Princesses tend to carry handkerchiefs. Porra merda do lenço! Around with them, don't they? Silken ones. How else would they give brave knights tokens of their gratitude? Once their aforementioned knights have successfully slain dragons. Ah yes, once I'm saved by a shiny knight, I'll just take a snotty tissue out of my pocket and give it to them. That should do it. That should show my gratitude. Princesses can hardly dispense kisses as favors. It simply is not done. That is what you always thought, but... Please hold still. This might sting a little. The princess is anything but ordinary. Rather than take the handkerchief out of her pocket, she instead encloses her white slender fingers around your hand. Carefully, as though she's handling a precious object, she raises your hand, her eyes affixed all the while on the beads of startlingly crimson blood which are oozing luridly from your wound. She licks her lower lip. Then she dips her head. Okay, she really is kissing me to make it feel better, I guess. You're right, Zerayo. She parts her mouth and with a soft sigh which borders on the sensuous, she slips your injured digit between her teeth. So much for princesses not dispensing kisses as token of appreciation. This might not be a conventional kiss, but feels intimate regardless, almost startlingly so. The princess's lips, which are as red as any rose, aren't closed around your index finger. You can feel the warmth of the princess's mouth about your skin, and the wetness of it. These sensations make your whole body quake. You did not expect this. Tremulously, in a voice which wavers, you ask the princess, what is she doing? Oh? The princess glances up at you, her mouth still enclosed around your finger. Didn't I tell you? I'm trying to stop the bleeding. Yes, you gather as much, but... Is there a problem? I'm not making you uncomfortable, am I? It is not, you say, that she's making you uncomfortable, per se, but this is rather awkward. You did not expect it, that is all. And is she not worried that this is unhygienic? Unhygienic? The princess blinks. She is the very picture of innocence, which is funny really, given your finger is still nestled against her tongue. Respira. Breathe. I don't know what you mean by that exactly. But I've heard this is the best way to take care of cuts. My nursemaid used to do this for me when I was a child. It is what you're supposed to do. And you ask, your voice catching in your throat, did her nursemaid keep staunching her wounds with her mouth when she grew older? Well, no, but my nursemaid was dismissed when I was 8 years old. It's a normal way of things. I had my lady's maid to look after me then. How very interesting. Hey! How very interesting. And did they ever clean her wounds like this? No, the princess says, smiling mischievously, because I'm not clumsy enough to cut myself, silly. Now that was quite the sharp retort. I did not expect it. Your face turns even redder, if such a thing is possible. Though this might perhaps be to your benefit. With some luck, all of your blood will flow to your face rather than your finger. And your bleeding will stop. My god. Stretch. Hi, Hako! Welcome! Thank you! Ow, my foot! Ugh! I hit my foot on my gaming chair and it hurts. It was on the soft part though. Hako, how you doing? Thank you so much for raiding! And welcome to Doomed Yuri! I am now having my cut being healed by this beautiful princess. Isn't that amazing? I cut my finger and she just decided to suck on it. Has it stopped? Better. With some luck, yes. Has it stopped? Your injury was not a deep one. There should be no need for the princess to keep on suckling, but she still is. I'm not thirsty, you are! Wait, wait. Let me see my emotes here. There you go, much better. You are not accustomed to intimacy of this nature. It is making your head flutter. The princess knew what her mouth was doing to you. You are sure she would not be so very familiar? Maybe, or maybe she's doing that on purpose? By the way, save. You feel quietly, crushingly confident that she would scorn you for your feelings and deem them unnatural. Not the guilty, not the guiltness, man. Oh. Not the guilty Yuri. Let the girl be happy. It would not be the first time. No! At this point, you should be used to rejection. This is getting sad now. Hold up. These are too many toggles I have on. Sorry. It still stings though. It stings much, much more than any thorn on any rose ever could. The day passed following your misadventures.
Welcome.
Ah! That looks ducks! Yuri time! Thank you so much for subbing! You have been subbing for 2 months! Thank you! Oh, sorry for looking sad. Thank you! I was just sad because she was talking about how rejection hurts more than the rose cut. I was having such a cute Yuri moment and she had to bring in the Yuri guilt and rejection. This game is cooking, I love it. Your mad dash through the forest is beginning to feel like a distant memory, so much so you can scarcely recall the raw, naked fear you once felt as you fled for your life. There is no running to be had while you are working for the princess. You would have nowhere else to run, and in any event, there is no longer any reason to run. The shadows, I still see your shadows in my room. Sorry. The shadows which once tormented you have at long last begun to recede. You can scarcely recall, as you lay down in your bed, the petty cruelties you were subjected to by your... Então, que foi, Sunny? Let me just save the game and get up because my dog is being silly. Maybe he wants to leave. Hold up. Hello guys, sorry. Oh, hello Dungeon, welcome. I was just taking care of my dog. Dungeon, you just missed good Yuri. You just missed me getting my finger kissed because I cut myself. My finger was kissed for far too long. Yep. Oh, and I'm sad because she was making a comparison to rose cuts and rejection. What happened to the game? Music? No music? You can scarcely recall. Oh, I've read this one. They no longer matter. Your attention is focused, not upon yourself, but upon the princess. The more time you expend with her, the more you come to care for her. You have become quite besotted with her, but you are yet to realize it. Kissed. Okay, more like sucked. Well, I never... Wait. You have come quite besotted with her, but you are yet to realize it. Well, I never. How very ignorant can one girl be of her own feelings? Oh, you'd be surprised. The princess is not half so ignorant as you are, though, despite having spent her whole life within this palace's walls. The weight of her own feelings are not unknown to her, and during one stormy night, she chooses to make them known to you. Is she confessing? She? You are in the princess's chambers later. Perhaps then you ought to be later than is strictly appropriate. It is dark outside, and there is little save the light of the moon to alleviate it. That and the fire which crackles in the grate. You are only just finished stoking that very fire, and now you rise. You look to the princess, who is lying in her bed, and you bid her a good night, as you have many nights past. With a neat curtsy, you turn to leave, but the princess's plaintive voice gives you pause. Wait, dear one, do not go, not just yet. Perplexed, you pause, then look back at the princess. Though she's smiling, her expression is unusually wan. Is she alright? Oh, I'm sure I'll be fine. It's just nights like this, you know, which make me feel a little out of sorts. And what, you ask, does she mean by that? Only that it is very cold and very dark. And it is very windy besides. I'm afraid there'll be a storm later. It is awfully cloudy earlier. It was awfully cloudy earlier when we went out for our walk. The princess is not mistaken about that. The sky, when the pair of you promenaded about the gardens earlier, was grey and stilly, the wind bitingly cold. You can hear the wind rattling mournfully against the panes in the princess's bedchamber. The princess's castle is built of stone, and it is well fortified, but even with the fire, it is rather cold. You do not like to think of how much chillier by comparison it will be in your humble bedchamber, which is not fortunate enough to have its own fireplace. Oh, there's gonna be an ad in 40 seconds right now. So I'm gonna take the opportunity to drink a lot of water for that, okay? So you guys don't miss anything. I'm gonna save. You know, I have no idea if ads just don't appear for pals who are subbed, but they should not appear. But at the same time, I want everyone to follow up with the story. If I had two monitors, this would be a lot easier. Because I could see the stream in one side with chat and the warnings and stuff, and the game on the other one. But unfortunately, I don't have the space on my desk for that. I have no idea how I could mount that. Yeah, it would be a very complicated operation. Only if I had one monitor on the front and one up, like on the sky. Usually people have to monitor side to side. Yeah, hopefully it doesn't make everything fall apart. But basically, sub or not, I want everyone to have fun and watch the game with me. Difficult to mount, you say? Yes! Difficult to mount. I think I would have to buy one of those arms to have dual monitor thingy. I have no idea how those work. Also, you guys seen my desk? It's tiny and banana shaped almost. Deixa eu beber mais água um bocadinho, pera. Respira. Oh, let me see something. Notification. Okay, enough Discord. Sorry. I believe the joke may have flown over our Portuguese raptor's head. No, I understood that you meant you were talking about sex dungeon. I understood that. But anyways, let's continue. It might sound childish, but I've always found it hard to sleep on stormy nights like this. They make me feel uncomfortable. You look at the princess with no small degree of sympathy. Wow! You really are a useless lesbian. Girl! Wake up! No longer clad in her bright red dress, she looks oddly, uncommonly vulnerable. Will she really be alright all alone in her oversized bed, in her high-ceilinged bedchamber? You know it is silly of you to contemplate such a query. Why would she not be alright? There is nobody in the castle to hurt her, but still, you fret for her. As her lady's maid, it is your job to fret for her. You would never want your mistress to feel unhappy. You ask the princess, what is she would have you do? And the princess perks up at this. Pleased, perhaps, that you are taking the initiative. I wouldn't like to take up too much of your time when it is so very late, but would you mind sitting with me a little while longer while reading to me? Provided that you can, of course. Holy shit, 10% of battery! Hold up, my phone! My phone's going to die, and if my phone dies, you guys die, and I can't read the chat. Wait. Yeah. Like this. Yes. If my phone dies, you guys die in real life. The fuck, suddenly it smelled really strong like coffee. But anyways, phone is charging, I can continue. This is a fair enough question, but your pride bristles regardless. Girl! What fucking pride? What the fuck is wrong with you? You like her, and she's just asking for a little bit of company, and you can't do that? Come on, don't you feel sorry for her? What's wrong with you, bitch? Hastily, you reassure the princess that yes, of course you could read. You were a poor student in many aspects of the conservatoire, but you had something of a gift when it came to your literary arts. Well, I cannot relate to that part. Reading books is all you have ever been good at. Oh, I see. I suppose I should have known. You're so incredible, I sometimes wonder if there's anything you can't do. The princess' high praises make you flush. Awkwardly, you look away. Being able to read, you reassure her it is not such a great feat. Perhaps it isn't where you hail from, but it is here. Very few of my old servants could read, and they certainly couldn't read the books that I like. This piques your interest. Intrigued, you ask the princess what books exactly she likes. Well, I'm glad you ask. I'm fond of fairy tales, you see. Old ones from centuries past. I have a collection of them here, the princess says, indicating a book on her bedside table as thick as my as a mortuary slab. I am so immature, man. I'm sorry. The book is old though, and the bindings are weak, the pages brittle. The writing woefully old-fashioned. I didn't trust any of my past servants with that book, but I think you would do a good job breathing life into these old stories. Would you mind reading to me for just a brief while? Please, dear one, please. The princess's request seems a simple one expressed so sweetly. So much so you see no reason to refuse her. You take a seat beside the princess upon her luxurious bed, which sinks beneath your weight. Sorry, I don't know how to read. Good night. Well, let's see. Let's open the book and see if it's like Shakespearean English kind of thing. If so, yeah, good night. I can't read. Then you retrieve the leather-bound book which is resting upon your bedside table and spread it open. The pages of the book are very brittle, like the princess said, and the bindings of the book are loose. You can feel in the heft of the book's manifold pages the weight of the ages concealed within it. Okay, so like really crippling old damn book. Falling apart. You sneeze and maybe the book explodes. Reading gameplay on the reading gameplay. Oh my god, the readingception, you're so right. How old is this book? Perhaps it is as old as the castle in which it resides. It is with a quiet voice, hesitant at first, that you begin to read to the princess. A tale of courtly love which culminates in a lavish wedding ceremony. All the while as you read, the princess listens to you, enraptured, hanging, or so it seems, upon your every word. The day we get to force the raptor to read Shakespeare is the day we lose her. I'd die. Oh my god, hey Nico! Woo! I hope you're doing good, Nico. How are you? You made it, so I'm gonna do a quick rewind. I was running in the woods. I had nowhere to go, but I was fleeing for my life, and then I stumbled upon this castle. I chose the castle way, and I found this princess in the castle who thought I was gonna be her new maid, and I couldn't say no because I also had nowhere to go. So this is my life now, and the princess kind of has a crush on me, and I kind of have a crush on her, and I kind of cut my finger on a rose, and she sucked my finger, and it was hot, and I am the useless lesbian protagonist that is very dense, and she asked me to read her a bedtime story, and I'm trying her best, but main character is too stupid to realize she just wants her company. Dana has been adopted by the princess. Basically. Also, I'm glad you're doing good. Continuing. Once you reach the final phrase embossed upon the pages of this age tome, and they lived happily ever after, the princess sighs as though this tale has touched her very soul. I thought she fell asleep with that drawing. Would that there was a handsome prince to marry me, she says somberly. Or better yet, a beautiful princess. At this point, I think I would even settle for a lonely scullery maid. Now, what did she mean by this? You blush at this idle remark and mumble softly that this would not be proper. The storm outside is still squalling. Squalling? Google time. Wait. Squalling?
Squalling.
Squalling. The storm is still squalling, and you have never been one to raise your voice. You do not expect, therefore, that the princess will overhear you, but she does. She observes you, her head resting against her pillows, and says, "And what would be the problem with that, huh? As my maid, shouldn't my happiness come before any silly ideas of propriety? I mean, yeah, you dumbass, what are you complaining about?" She says, "I don't know, I'm so fucking lonely, I could marry a maid, wink wink nudge nudge." Wait, you're walking in the woods, there's no one around you, and your phone is dead. Out of the corner of your eye you spot him, Yuri LaBeouf. I remember that song meme thingy. "Well, of course," you reply, "but the princess to marry a scullery maid." "You're still hung up about that?" The princess titters. "Don't pay it too much heed, I'm just talking to myself." As if anything like that would ever happen, when there is no priest around who would officiate it. You think there are greater issues with the princess's plan than the lack of a priest, though she does present a good point. The castle is an empty one. Even if the princess were to find somebody that she loves, there would be nobody to make such an official wedding. What does the wedding have to do with anything if two people love each other? I don't give a shit if it's on the papers or not. That's not what it counts. Maybe it only counts for financial stuff with the government and taxes or something like that. But I don't understand shit about taxes and shit. Oh. Damn, let... Stupid dance protagonist, I'm gonna slap you. You cannot help but feel like you have avoided a good deal of nuisance. But by the same token, do you not feel a touch disappointed? Well, never mind. That was a nice story, the princess says. But I'm not sleepy yet, and it's still storming outside. Won't you read me one more? Oh, it's my Streamlabs bot. Wakey wakey, good morning. I think it's the first message I see today from it. You would not mind, you reply, but it is getting late. You really ought to return to your own chamber. I know, but you can't. But can't you find it in your heart to read one story to me? Just one. You can choose a short one, I won't complain. You have some doubts about that, but, as before, you cannot resist the princess's demands. It is not, you think, because she is a princess, though that is, of course, a part of it, but because she is, well, radiant. You would not, you think, as you turn to the next story recounted in this age compendium, want to upset her. You would rather cut out your own tongue. At this point, they will read the entire library before the maid gets what's going on. For real, man. We need to give her a bigger book. You read another story to the princess, which is of a familiar vein to the last one. Oh my god, she's giving her love books and everything, and she doesn't get the hint. Impossible adventures culminating at their close in a happy marriage. The tale delights the princess just as much as the tale you read prior, and she begs for another, then another. One bedroom story soon becomes 5. Even then, when the candles which flicker on the princess's bedside are close to guttering out, the princess is not satisfied. Like a grasping, greedy child, she has never heard of moderation. When she wants something, she seeks to glut herself with it. Her only requests that of more. It is exactly what's happening. If she were less calmly, perhaps her inability to adhere to the word no would be seen as a character defect. The princess is very calmly. What is this word? Calmly. Atraente. Oh! Attractive, basically.
Comely.
Comely, yes. I was saying it right. The princess is very comely, however, and so, when she makes her next request, you almost agree offhand without considering the ramifications. She's so dense, because she's pretty. I think I could go to sleep now, but the storm is still raging. I feel lonely on my own in this big, empty bed, so... I know! The princess's eyes light up. Wait. Sorry, my dog is back. Let me just save. And water. For real, the maid is too concerned about doing what she literally asks, but she doesn't like think, hey, do you want some company? Do you want me like to sleep next to you, even if not the same bed, because you really, really want company? Like, she can ask that if she... if she's afraid of being awkward sleeping on the same bed, you know? Yeah, let's strangle her. Why does this girl remind me of Elise? Because she's a girl failure. Sleep with me. Okay, but is she actually into me like that? She will not get the hint even if it's tattooed on her face. I know the princess. Oh, she said it. Wait, back. I know the princess's eyes light up like the night sky in a thunderstorm. Why don't you sleep with me? Good job! It took you 5 long-ass books to ask that. I mean, shame on the princess as well. You couldn't get it on the first and second book that she was this dense, or maybe she just likes getting books read because she can't read. But damn, 5 books! Exactly. You stare at the princess, your eyes wide. As goose eggs. What a comparison, man. Okay, goose eggs. Slowly, you blink. Then, just as slowly, you beat her to repeat yourself. I beg your pardon? Oh, Sunny, para! Não! Não vais estragar a leitura. Não. Vai, cama. Cama! Isso, bonito. Não! Cama. 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 Eu vou ir. Eu vou ir. Cama. Caminha. Raposo resmunga. Anda cá. Vem cá. Vem cá, cama. Dá um biscoito. Mamãe dá um biscoito. Tá bom? Não! 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 Nothing happened. The dog is on the bed and there is no Mama Sora. Nothing happened. I gave my dog a biscuit and he foda-se. And my dog went to bed willingly. And Mama Sora is in her bedroom and I am streaming. Não interrompa a leitura, lol, puppy. Just wanna be heard. No, he will not interrupt my Yuri reading. My Yuri reading is sacred. There is no interrupting. Like, did you really interrupt my Yuri for this? No. Okay. Let's rewind a little bit. I know the princess' eyes light up like the night sky in a thunderstorm. Why don't you sleep with me? You stare at the princess, your eyes wide as goose eggs. Slowly, you blink. Then, just as slowly, you beat her to repeat herself. Didn't you hear me? The princess giggles. Maybe you've been so busy cleaning up after me, you've neglected to clean out your own ears. Wow, she just called me filthy like that. Okay. I said, dear one, would you like to sleep with me? If that is the question she truly means to ask, then it is easy enough to answer. Of course you'd like to sleep with her. It would be an honor. But would it really be alright for you to accept such an invitation? It must be a gross breach of protocol, surely, for a lowly domestic such as yourself to share a bed with a princess. Ah, this protagonist is killing me! You sit upon the princess's bedside, fretting, while she observes with wide, beseeching eyes. She is waiting. Well, what's the matter, dear one? Why do you tarry so? Could it be? The princess's lower lip begins to tremble. Don't you want to lie with me after all? The sorrow present in the princess's voice and in her face makes you feel awfully guilty. Hurriedly, you console her. You tell her in no uncertain terms that if she truly wishes to partake in your company, then you have no qualms with it. Why would you? Well then, don't just stand there, dallying silly. Come and join me. And that's what you do after returning briefly to your own chamber to change into your nightgown. Let me take the maid's place. I will lie down with her. Once dressed, you waste no time in returning to your impetuous priestess side. She is already lying in her glorious four-poster bed, awaiting your return as though you are a knight-errant gone away to slay some wicked dragon. The princess giggles when she sees you. In your haste to change, you have made a hash of the buttons, and she bids you to come closer. Let me fix that for you, silly. Oh no, you say. I couldn't possibly let you do that. I am but a servant after all. Should it not be your job to dress her? Maybe so, the princess says, but I don't mind a bit of role reversal. It makes things more fun. You try a few more refutations, but in vain. The princess summarily discards all of them. Quite at the princess's mercy, she might be even more stubborn than you are. You capitulate to her demands. Let the princess unbutton the front of your nightdress and then rebutton them, so the fabric of your plain gown is drawn shut. Satisfied with her handiwork, she has very elegant hands. The princess draws back and pats the mattress beside her. Now come in. It must be horribly cold out there, but these sheets are warm. Coyly, the princess smiles. And so am I. Oh my god. I'm gonna explode! You feel warm yourself as you slide into the bed beside the princess. Ow! No! Your face is as red as the gown the princess so often wears, as red as the roses in the castle's grounds. All the while your heart is fluttering. Does the princess know what an effect she is having on you? Surely she must. How could any woman
What do you
be
call
so
a
blind?
musically talented dinosaur? A velociraptor.
Oh my god. Wait, that was a funny pun, but we are in the middle of Yuri. Like, I'm in the bed with the princess. Welcome, Greenie. Welcome to Yuri. This... My heart. Does the princess know what an effect she's having on you? Surely she must. How could any woman be so blind? I mean, the main character is very blind. There, the princess exclaims. Once your body is lying beside her, that is much better. Do you feel cozy now, dear one? You swallow and, with a shaky voice, you reassure her. Yes, you are cozy. You are quite cozy indeed. Very good. The storm might be raging outdoors, but it can't get us here, I know. When I meet you, I'll be safe. It's strange, but... The princess reaches out, then takes your hand in hers, twining your fingers together like a chain. When I meet you, I feel so very light, as though nothing in the world can hurt me. You make me feel safe. So I want to make you feel safe too. Your hand holding! I'm gonna cry. Come on, no, stop it. I'll take... Respira. Respira.
Hey,
Respira.
ruiner of moments here. But what dino do you guide through a park? A car nor tourist?
I can't believe you guys are so chaotic in chat. Can't you guys let me have a moment? I'm literally crying of how cute this is. Finally, the build-up led to hand-holding. Carno tourist. Carno? Carno tourist. Carno tourist. I get it. I get it. No, there's no one else in the castle. Man, I wish I had someone to hold my hand. I'll take very, very good care of you, I promise. You return her smile with one of your own. Touched by her thoughtfulness, though something about her promise does make you wonder. Should it not be your job to look after her as a domestic? In a way, the princess replies after a pause. But you've been taking good care of me already. Now I need to return the favor. As a princess, I'm supposed to look after my vassals. It's all part of the job description. I can't laugh. I can't laugh, I want to cry. I was promised toxic Yuri. What the heck is this bullshit? We'll get there eventually, Dungeon. I believe we'll get there. First, they gotta make us happy so they can crush our dreams later. You were unaware that being a princess came with a job description? You thought the profession came with far fewer written responsibilities and far fewer forms to sign than, say, becoming a doctor or an astrophysicist or a mathematics professor. You tell the princess this, sleepily, and she laughs. You do say some funny things, dear one. I think you must be tired. Rest your head. You have been working so hard. I think you deserve it. Yes, you think, only half conscious. You think you deserve it too. You have been working hard for a long minute. Have been running for even longer. But now, at long last, you feel like you can let your fears go. Your eyelids begin to drop. Your body, beleaguered by a sudden all-consuming fatigue. And in a quiet, understated sort of way, your consciousness is conveyed to Morpheus' kingdom. Your sleep is a deep one, despite the storm which rages outdoors. The wind is howling like a couple of wild cats, both locked in a vicious and bloodthirsty bout to the death, but you do not hear it. Swaddled by the warm blanket about you, and soothed by the princess's presence, you are immune from all the ills of the world. When you are with the princess, you feel safe, secure, and yes, you even feel loved. It is a pity, then, that these feelings do not last for very long. You know that something is wrong, catastrophically so, the moment you open your eyes. Your thoughts are hopelessly jumbled, but you are certain that when you fell asleep, it was in a bed, a nice warm bed, no less beneath soft, comfortable sheets. You are not lying in bed right now, though. You are not, in fact, lying at all. What the fuck? You are standing instead, against the cold, hard wall made of stone. The curve of your back is pressed against the wall, so intimately you can feel its icy chill seeping through the fabric of your nightgown. Your feet, which are bare, are similarly pressed against cold, unfeeling stone. They feel so frigid you cannot help but tremble. You are trembling so much you can feel your teeth chattering together. They sound like castanets. The sound is almost jaunty as it echoes through your cell, for that is indeed where you are. The princess' bedchamber, wherein you fell asleep, is a thing now of the past. You are standing instead. You realize. Standing here, I realize. I'm sorry. With a sharp start, in the cell of some great underground dungeon.
Hello? Hi.
You swallow, when you do, you can taste something bitter in your tongue. Your stomach is beginning to churn with anxiety. You feel like you are going to be sick, a feeling which wells up inside you to a staggering degree when you catch notice of the stench. You are not, you realize, the only one in the dungeon. There are others here, others attired in the simple black and white outfits of servants which look much like the dress that you once wore. The others who are with you, however, in this expansive cell, manacled to the walls, are in no fit state to speak to you, nor to tell you of their plights. They are all unfeeling, unseeing, unbreathing. They're all dead. You cannot approach these servants to check their pulses, for you yourself are restrained, but even if you could, there would be no point. There is no way any human could survive the wounds which have been inflicted upon these sad, slumped bodies. Over there, you see a woman slumped. The front of her once white apron stained with blackish blood. There is a gaping wound in her stomach, one through which her entrails have half escaped, in some sort of burgundy goop which might once have been pale pink. There is another woman slumped beside the first of a smaller stature. She's skinnier. Maybe she's not a woman after all, but an adolescent like yourself. She might even be younger. The girl's age, or lack of, did not preclude her attacker from inflicting upon her horrors. Alas, for her body is even more mutilated than the first. Her body is peppered with even more wheals, and her face has been half smashed in. Only one eye remains, staring fixedly at the wall opposite her, in the ruined remains of what once was her skull. Just gonna open the door for my dog. Over there, you see a woman who is missing both her arms and her lower jaw. Over there, you see another who is missing her entire lower half. Where have her legs gone? You have no idea. The injuries inflicted upon these bodies are ghastly, but their advanced decay is enough to turn your stomach. You know not how long these carcasses have been lying down here, but they have begun to putrefy. You fear similar fate might befall you should you stay here. You need to escape. Fitfully, you struggle against the manacles which bind you, but alas, it is no use. You cannot free yourself from the walls. Your restraints are much too strong, and you are much too weak. Panic rises up in your throat, cold and icy, while terror seizes your heart, this too glacial. It is obvious that escape is impossible, but still you squirm and writhe like a rat caught in a firestorm. There is little point, however, to your struggles. You succeed in nothing as you attempt to free yourself, save making the steel manacles dig into your abused wrists more sharply than ever. You gasp. That hurts. Well, you ought to have known that would not work. The very definition of insanity is, you know, performing a set action over and over again, hoping for a different response. In that sense, perhaps one could argue optimism is not so very different from insanity. Now, that is an interesting point to consider. Would you not agree? No. Evidently no, not. You're still trying to escape, you foolish girl. As if that will do you any good. The clangorous rattling of your steely restraints is rather starting to get on my nerves. Wait, the narrator is complaining about her? You are making enough noise to raise the dead down here in your dark dingy cell, and all your screaming is hardly helping matters. Let me drink some water. I wish that you would cease this infernal racket, but I know you will not. Nothing I say could ever get through to you. Not that you have ever listened to me in the first place. Perhaps you would listen to her, though. Is she not your kind, considerate mistress? Look now. She has come all this way into the dark depths of the castle's cold, inhospitable dungeon to see you. Is that not kind of her? Oh, dear one, the princess thrills, entering the dungeon with a series of light, lilting steps. It would seem like you have finally awoken. How are you? Hello, why am I in here? Based on all that infernal racket you've been making, it would seem like you have no shortage of energy. Balefully, you turn your head, so as to meet the eyes of the princess. She's standing but a few paces away, beneath the roughly hewn stone arch, which beats one entry, but rarely ever an exit, to the dungeons. The dungeons are dull and drab, but the princess is wearing her favorite red dress. It is so bright and brilliant that, for a few moments, it hurts you to look at her. Once the red of the princess's outfit made you think of romance. Now, it makes you think of violence. You must forgive me for leaving you down here for so long. That was unfair of me. I did think of waiting here with you by your side until you awoke, but... Once again the princess giggles, a light, airy giggle, which does not at all suit the situation in which you have found yourself. Yeah, the 180 that just happened. Sleep with the princess and end up in a dungeon. Oh well. How could I not have seen that coming? No one could have seen that coming. The dungeon is not a fit place after all for a princess. It is horribly cold here, and so very drab, and there is nowhere nice and soft to lay my head. I could have brought my pillows down from my bed, I suppose, and my blankets. Oh, but then they would have gotten dirty, and that would be a disaster. I need to be more careful. I won't have anybody left to clean up my messes soon. Not when I've dispatched of you. Dispatch me? Once again the princess laughs. Her laughter is light and lilting, like the chiming of a silvery bell, but it does little to alleviate your concern. If anything, it makes you feel even more alarmed. Did she say she meant to dispatch of you? Yes, that's right. Did you not tell? I thought you might have figured that out already after waking up in a dungeon, silly. Still smiling, the princess takes another step towards you. Would that you could. You would cringe away from her, but you cannot. You are completely powerless. princess reaches out and places a hand upon your cheek. Her skin is very white, and though her touch is cool, it is less so than the frigid air in the dungeon. Though your body is aching, the princess' touch is gentle, and you find yourself leaning into it subconsciously. Oh no. You wish she would keep holding you. You wish she would keep touching you. You luxuriate in her kindness at best you can. But though the princess's careness are tender, your circumstances rather undermine them. How can you relax like this? Ah, you're such a good girl, the princess says, in a cajoling sort of voice, as one might address a cat. You've been so lovely to me while we've been together. I really couldn't ask for a better servant. I feel as though I've been spoiled. Yeah, I should have stayed more dense to avoid this woman, for real. Why then? You ask for her. Why then, you ask her, is she doing this? Improbable though it sounds, she must be the one who chained you up. There's nobody else in the castle who could have committed such feat. Everybody else is dead. Why yes, how very astute of you. I was the one who orchestrated all of this, naturally. Naturally, she says, as though her betrayal is a matter of course. Naturally? Why, you ask, is this so natural to her? What does she mean to do with you? Oh, only what I've done to all my other servants. I have experience with this sort of thing, so please don't worry. I'll take good care of you. And by take good care of, she means... Naturally, I'll kill you. There it is again, that word, which seems grossly inappropriate given all which has transpired. Why would she kill me? Naturally. There's nothing natural about this. Do you not think so? The princess examines you, her expression ponderous. It is natural to me, even if it isn't natural to other people. It just feels right. Imprisoning her servants in a dungeon and letting them die? Yes, exactly. There is a bit more to do it than that, though. Oh, of course there is. I like you, dear one, the princess says in a voice which sounds uncommonly serious. You have been good to me, like I said, and kind. For that, I will be eternally appreciative. You have been so good to me, in fact, that simply being with you is not enough. Not anymore. Your company can no longer content me. I am a greedy, selfish girl, you see. The princess smiles widens into something sinister, her eyes flashing with a fiendish fervor you have never before witnessed. And I don't want you to feel you beside me. I want to feel you inside me. Well, of all the things your charming captive could have said, you did not expect that. I'm not sure this is what I wanted. Cannibalism as a metaphor for love. Stop exposing me, Dungeon. I'm feeling kind of depressed right now because... Come on! As a metaphor! Of course I'm gonna get sad whenever that happens! I mean... Princess, hear me out. Hear me out for a second. If you want, I can be inside you, but not like this, you know. We can solve things another way if you're interested. But unfortunately, I'm outside of the video game and you cannot hear me, so I think my plea is pretty useless here, so I'll just continue reading the game. Merda! Merda, 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 pera, pera, pera. Pera, pera. Pera, 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 pera. I accidentally skipped. Isto é um mosquito? Mosquito no meu pop filter, sorry. I accidentally skipped because I was using my toggles. We're almost here. Yeah, of all the things your charming captive could have said, you did not expect that. The princess, perhaps noticing your confusion, begins to giggle. A giggle even lighter than a meringue, and just as airy. Sorry, we are back at where we were, don't worry. It is just as inoffensive. O mosquito tá lendo a história também. No! I flicked the mosquito away from the pop filter. No Yuri for the mosquito. I can see that you don't understand, dear one. But you aren't the only one. My last lady's maid said that too. Wanly, the princess sighs. A beleaguered woe is me sigh, which makes her look even younger than the scant handful of years she truly possesses. Oh, that's how... Oh, she's very, very old! And the one before that. And the one before that. And the one before that. I thought that you at last might be able to appreciate my point of view. But perhaps not. I don't think it should be too complicated to grasp, really. But maybe my way of looking at the world is a little bit unique. That's what my nurse always used to say, at least, when she still had Reef to speak, of course. You look at the princess. Where else is there to look, really? Your eyes are fixed to her. She's still smiling, but there is something sinister about her smile. Lord, get the police! Really? Or perhaps, in your ancient state, you are only imagining that there is something sinister about her smile. It is easy to see things that do not really exist when your surroundings are festooned in shadows. In actuality, however, the princess does not look any different to how she usually does. Neither is she acting any differently to the way she usually acts. She has not changed. It is only your perspective of her that has changed. Tremulously, you ask the princess what she means, a question the princess is only too happy to answer. Man. It's simple, really. Like I said. You were wondering, weren't you, why there weren't any guards or any servants in the castle when you first arrived here? The question had crossed your mind, yes. You are sure that the princess said her minister sent them away, though. Was that a lie? I wasn't being wholly truthful, no. I thought you would be afraid of me if you knew what had actually happened, and I didn't want that. I wanted you to stay with me. My ministers didn't send anybody away because I don't have any ministers. I dispatched of them too. Did she now? You suppose you ought to not be surprised, but you still shudder regardless. Something sinister about her smile, like she didn't just told me she'll kill me. Get the garlic lord, get the steak, get the vampire hunter. Ugh. My ministers weren't very much fun, I'm afraid. They had a lot of ideas about what I should and shouldn't do after my parents died. The princess stares at you, her eyes wide like black holes, empty, yawning abysses. So I killed them. Okay. I killed my servants too, though I did a thorough job with them than I did my ministers. I did not care for my ministers, you see. They were all fusty old men. But I did love my servants. I loved my ladies' maids, and my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and my large retinue of retainers. They were like family. They raised me in my parents' absence, and I adored them. They were so very dear to me that I had no real choice. I had to eat them. Does that Holy shit! Save Diana, cannibalism as a metaphor for love. Guys, save me. I don't think I'm gonna survive this. She loved them so much, she wanted to be together forever with them, so she ate them. That's how it works. Run, Diana, run! Does that follow? Not logically, no. Why, you asked the princess, your voice trembling. Why would you eat the people that you love? It seems a poor way to repay them for their kindness. Well, why wouldn't you eat the people that you love? I don't think there could be any greater way of showcasing one's gratitude, unless you have any better ideas? You weren't expecting the princess to turn the tables on you quite like this, and, dumbfounded, you stare at her. Better ideas? How about therapy? I mean, I did just suggest another idea of two people mixing together, you see? Without one of them necessarily dying, but I don't think they taught her that. So this is how she grew up to be. You know precious little about love yourself, so it is hard for you to form a convincing rebuttal, but you muster up a few token arguments. You tell the princess that eating people isn't very nice, and neither is strictly legal. Does the game have multiple endings? Yes, it does. It does have multiple endings, but I think it's like 3 to 4 endings, depending on what you choose to do. A better way to show your gratitude to your servants would be with increased wages or increased holidays. The princess listens to your arguments, her expression astute, like a student poised to take notes in a very important lecture. Once you are finished, however, her concentration fails her. Her shoulders begin to shake, but it is not with remorse for what she has done. Instead, she is laughing. Oh dear one, that's very funny. But why should I care about the law? I'm the princess. One day I'll be the queen. I am the law. That is a good point. But would eating people not turn her subjects against her? What subjects? I'm no fool, you know. No matter how I might act, and I know what happens beyond the castle walls. I know all about the plague. Once I might have had a populace to govern, but they're all gone now. I'm a princess in nothing but name only, a monarch without any subjects. Don't you think that's sad? I know I do. I'm so awfully lonely. She feels lonely. Then why has she been systematically slaughtering all of her domestics? It doesn't make a lick of sense. Is she stupid? Perhaps not to you. Gently, Wait, in chat, the game has multiple choices because I didn't see any options to choose yet. In the beginning of the game, I choose in between 3 paths: the shore, the village, and the castle. I chose to go to the castle. And this is where I am. Maybe this is one of the endings I'm gonna get. You're both stupid. Hey! Wait, what does this mean? ICG? I swear to God. Ah, okay. Guys, there's an ad coming up in 1 minute. This is the perfect opportunity for me to go to a dinosaur meeting because I need to go. I need to go. Give me a second, guys. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Hi? Hi? Hello? Where's the sound? Oh, I put the headset on mute. Hello guys, are you there? I'm back. It is I, Diana Suffering Sora. For people who just came in now, it turns out that this girl loves me so much she wants to kill me and eat me. Just like she did to everyone she loved. All of her maids throughout the centuries. Yay! Oh my god. Wait. Let's go back to this text. Once I might have had a populace to govern, but they're all gone now. I'm a princess in nothing but name only. A monarch without any subjects. Don't you think that's sad? I know I do. I'm so awfully lonely. If she feels lonely, then why has she been systematically slaughtering all of her domestics? It doesn't make a lick of sense. Perhaps not to you. Gently, the princess caresses your cheek. But I shouldn't judge you too harshly. As much as I like you, dear one, you are a commoner. Perhaps you can't understand the intricacies of my thoughts. Privately, you doubt that anybody would be able to understand the intricacies of the princess's thought process, largely because it is unreasonable. You do not say that, though. Instead, you ask her the only question you can think to ask, with your weary throat which is sore from shouting. Why? Why, you ask? The princess blinks. It's because I don't want you to leave, of course. Everybody leaves sooner or later, whether they have pledged their alliance to me or not. This is simply the way of the world. People are fickle and inconsistent, even to me, a monarch. This is why I decided to eat my servants. I had no choice, you see. It was the only way to ensure that they would never leave me. When you think about it, they should be grateful that I would demean myself so, to consume their flesh and blood. I am a magnanimous ruler, you see, and I treat all of my subjects equally. I love every single one of you. And naturally, I love you too. You have been awfully nice to me. And you are very pretty alongside it. If you were a plain, ugly girl, perhaps I would not shower you with affection quite as intense as this, but you've captured my heart, and I think you're lovely. So I'll bestow upon you the highest honor I can conceive of. I want your body to mix with mine. Then we can stay together forever and ever. The princess leans in. You can feel her soft, silken hair brushing against your cheeks. You can feel, too, the warmth of her breath as it goes against your skin. It is cold in the dungeon, but the princess's close proximity is perverse, though this might sound something of a comfort. Her eyes are wide and her lips are so red. Her smile, meanwhile, is so sweet. I've been doing my best to fulfill the role that fate has dictated for me, but really... The princess exhales. Her eyes, which are boring into yours, are like two dark thorns. Finally, you think you can see, in the alarming lack of light, the lack of anything, in the princess's gaze, some degree of humanity. It gets so lonely here. But this brief flicker of understanding which passes between the pair of you is soon cut short. The princess dips her head. She parts her lips, which are as red as the petals of a carnivorous flower. You feel the princess's breath against your neck. It is warm in the icy chill of the dungeon, and you shudder from it.
Welcome.
Oh my god, Tyre, welcome! You've been subbing for almost 2 years! Ah! Thank you so much, Tyre, thank you so much, sorry. I'm just so invested in the story. I'm about to die! I'm about to be killed and eaten by the woman I love, and I don't know how to feel about it. I can fix her. No, you cannot, dungeon. Let me just recapitulate. Recapitular. Rewind. That's the word. She was saying, basically she said, I've been doing my best to fulfill the role that fate has dictated for me, but really, it gets so lonely here. You feel the princess's breath against your neck. It is warm in the icy chill of the dungeons, and you shudder from it. For a few moments, you think that this overture of the princesses could be romantic in a way, but this too comes to a swift, merciless close. The princess's mouth is on your neck. The princess's teeth, sharp as needles, are in your flesh. The princess is draining your blood. She is supping on it in great, greedy goblets, like a hungry animal, one who cannot truly comprehend the harm it is causing. Even as the princess sups from you, her arms twined around your waist, you find you cannot hate her. She is far too unworldly. You are sure, as your consciousness begins to fade, that the princess was being sincere when she spoke of her love for her past servant. This is simply the way the princess expresses this great love of hers, a love which is so very abundant it borders upon the monstrous. It is a love you never thought that you would ever experience. This love of the princesses eclipses anything you have ever known before. It eclipses sanity. It eclipses reason. It eclipses all notions you might have once had of right or wrong. The princess, as you know full well, does not care about such concepts. You have always possessed a stubborn core nestled beneath your weak-willed exterior, but the princess is even stubborner than you are. In the face of her love, you have met your match. The princess draws back. Desperately, you gasp for air, but she does not give you any quarter. As before, she dips her head, her red lips redder still with your blood, then splits apart her jaw. What the fuck did I just read? I did read. Her teeth, which are impossibly, inhumanly sharp, glint wickedly like knives. Then she tears out your throat. The front of your nightgown was white once, now it is red. There is so much blood you can smell it when you inhale, sharper than metal. It is so potent that you can taste it in your tongue. You try to inhale, but this task proves to be beyond you. What with the twin perforations that have ruptured your skin. Your attempted breaths, when they escape your lips, sound like sad, sorry wheezes. Your whole body, meanwhile, feels as though it is on fire. You make for quite the sorry side indeed. But you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led you to your ultimately demise. Now, what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace? Or will you try to fight against it? I forgot to save. But I have save files, so I can just skipping a little bit. I'm bad decisions is still a matter of perspective. You better square up, mate. Oh my god, my my model was making some faces. I'm sorry. I feel so weak by this. I don't think I want to fight anymore. We're gonna do both options. I'm just gonna try this one first. What, really? You're fine with being eaten alive in the dark, dingy dungeon, then being left to rot? That does not sound like a very satisfying ending to this particular narrative. Oh, let me save in another one. But if that's what you want, then so be it. I do not mind indulging you. That's what I have always done, after all, from the moment we first met. I have dedicated myself tirelessly to answering your wishes, and this is no different. Okay. I think I'm starting to put the pieces of puzzle together. Sorry. I have a feeling that I've been running away from the narrator. But let's keep that in the back. Do not be so foolish to think, though, that you can escape me, even if your life's blood has mingled with that of the princesses. I'm not going to relinquish my hold upon you that easily. I did pledge, after all, to remain by your side. Come what will, fire or flood. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again. A love that consumes. How does it feel to be adored so ardently? I got an achievement. I will never be lonely again. I need some water. Did I get extras or something? I got the illustrations. The illustrations that we saw in the game. Basically music, okay. Now it's time to square up, exactly. I'm gonna fight against your fate. That is a good answer, I must admit. I like it. It is impressive how very defiant you can be, even in a situation as discomforting as this. Now, try not to cry. Keep your chin up. This is but a minor setback in your story. Like all fair maidens, you are deserving of your own happy ending. You need only the strength to try and seek it out. Why don't we give this another go? Just try not to ensnare the hearts of any more monarchs, particularly those with unusual appetites. You are destined for far higher purposes than being an entree, and there are vastly more enjoyable ways to be eaten in this world. Is that a lewd joke? Your fate is once again in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? We got set back in time! We're back to the crossroads. We have two options now. Get eaten without getting eaten. Go to the village, go to the shore. I'm going very far away from that castle now. Want to go to the shore? Good idea. What will you discover there, I wonder? The night's far from over and there are many number of adventures still awaiting you. I hope that you have prepared yourself in advance, and I do hope, for your sake, that you have learned how to swim. Oh, I know how to swim, don't worry about that. I call this bullshit, no fight. Basically, I got a second chance to live. I have a sneaking suspicion that this skill might come in handy. You follow the path which leads to the shore, supporting yourself on weary, aching limbs. You feel ready to snap beneath the burden of your weight. I have read this text before. You are a little more than a wisp of a girl, but you have been running for so very long, and your feet are so very numb. You feel like a great lumbering thing. Basically, I'm rereading everything because we're back to the beginning before we get to X destination. So for you guys who have not been here in the beginning, enjoy! You need to lie down and quickly. You only hope as you continue to run that you will find the means to escape your current predicament by the shore. You do not know what awaits you, but you have visions of a harbor extending out to the horizon, cradling a fleet of white-sailed fishing vessels. Surely there will be a kindly fisherman who will be willing to take you far, far away on his boat, to a place where your pursuer will not be able to find you. You can imagine, too, the face of this kindly fisherman, a face you have lifted from the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. I should be asleep, but Yuri, let the Yuri consume you! Tragic Yuri for bedtime, yes. He will have thick, bushy eyebrows and dark brown beard streaked through with grey. He will look intimidating at glance, but he will be fiercely protective of you, just like a father. You do not know what fathers are supposed to be like. You are only imagining. It is your imagination, however, which grants you the strength you need to keep going. You run to the shore. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you do it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares that lurk within it. It is still cold though, and still foggy. It is still dark too. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the vertiginous cliffs, which plummet sharply downwards to an array of sharp, spiky rocks below. You felt, upon escaping the woods, a degree of hope, but the sight of these weather-blasted cliffs gives you pause. You inhale, then you frown. Now, what are you to do? You did not think this plan of yours through very well. Not that you had much in the way of a plan in the first place. There is still in the way of civilization here. The cliffs are far from the village. How far? You do not know. And you cannot see any houses. Man, I should have gone to the village instead. Fuck! Where exactly will you rest your weary head? And what of your weary legs? And I'm stupid. Fitfully, you look around. There is nobody to your east, nor is there anybody to your west. There is no point in looking south. That is the way you came. And when you look to the north, the world falls away from you. The cliffs are too steep to scale, and it is too dark. Naturally, there is not a soul here to help you. You are on your own. You feel so overwhelmed you could very well cry. You do not cry, however. You know that tears have never helped anyone. You got yourself into this mess. Now you need to get yourself out of it. It is with this thought in mind that you inhale a lungful of salty oceanic air. Then you begin your exploration in earnest. Let's explore the beach. Maybe we'll find a cool looking shell, I guess. You keep away from the edge of the cliffs, afraid that you might slip and take a sudden, unfortunate stumble into the abyss below. You are not as attached to your mortal body as some humans are, but you do not want to die. You still care for yourself, even if only a little. And it is this self-preservation which compels you onward. Basically, I want to live. I really want to live after that sad date in the dungeon cell. You glance this way and that, depressing the tall grass beneath your shoes as you reach for a place of shelter. Who's depressed? Tall grass. I'm the depressed short dinosaur. Man. How many endings does this game have? I have like 6, 7 achievements. I did not read the name. But I really wanted to do all in this stream. Let's see how far I can get in this stream. If I don't manage, we will continue on the next one next week. But let's continue. Surely there must be somewhere. You cannot see any likely looking settlements, but what is that over yonder? Could that be a roof? Oh, it's a little house. You hurry onwards, hope budding anew in your heart, until at long last you reach your destination. There is a house after all, out there in the wilds, though it doesn't at glance look very welcoming. The solitary house that you have discovered, not so far from the cliffs, is rather unremarkable. It is so small and squat, you cannot imagine it contains within it more than one floor. I don't think it has a staircase, no. Let me just water. Though it is dark, it is not dark enough to mask that the cottage has something of a slant to it. How about my microphone closer to my face? It is leaning listlessly to one side like a drunken sailor. What will you do with the drunken sailor? What will you do with the drunken sailor? What will you do with the drunken sailor early in the morning? Okay, sorry. Continuing. The thatched roof, meanwhile, which tops this dwelling, has certainly seen better days. You know what this looks like? This looks like the houses I make in Ark. With the wood and the hay. I'm sorry, dungeon, but asking me to translate a drunken sailor song is like me saying canção navegante bêbado. I guess it is that. But I'm not going to sing the thing in Portuguese. How do you sing that? I'm sorry, it's too embarrassing to sing in Portuguese. It's not gonna sound good. But basically you asked me to translate that sentence and I did translate that sentence, so I think I'm good. I want to continue to read the story for as much as I can. Please. There is a hole in the thatch. There are several holes, in fact, and parts of it look particularly bare, almost bald. Bald! That is rather concerning. Should it rain, you will not be properly protected from the elements. Can you really stay the night in such a place? You have some misgivings, but do your misgivings matter really? When there is nowhere else to go? It is not as though you have any other options. It is with a sense of defeat, therefore, that you approach the cottage which sticks out of the earth like a tombstone. Part of you wants to turn back, but you know that would be foolish. The windows of the cottage are dark, but that does not necessarily mean it's empty. No, my model does not have a bald toggle though. That would be so cursed. I don't want that. But I think there's a bald image of me somewhere around. You cannot imagine the owners of this cottage will appreciate being aroused so very late at night. You cannot let yourself worry too much about these small details, however. Otherwise, you will never get anywhere. You swallow. The taste of the salty sea breeze is pungent in the back of your nostrils. Then, you rap the knuckles of your right fist on the door. You rap quietly at first, but you do not hear any resultant shuffling inside the cottage. Perhaps you did not use enough strength. Open the gates! I should not hit the table, for I'm scared of hurting my computer. Emboldened, you rap your knuckles on the door for a second time, more loudly this time. You wait a few moments, but still you cannot hear anything. Perhaps the cottage is unoccupied after all. You knock for a third time, then wait. The third time is, as they say, the charm, but for all that, your knocking goes unanswered. Well, nobody can say you did not try. More intrigued now than anxious, your fingers find the handle of the door. You pull it down and, to your surprise, it yields easily. The door swings back for you as if by magic. It feels almost as if it was preordained. You step foot inside the cottage, which is very dark, and glance around. It is hard to see given the lateness of the hour, but the cottage's interior is about as inspiring as the exterior, aka it's ugly. Which to say, not very. It is every bit as small and as cramped as you fancied when you observed it from the outside. There are few cupboards which line the walls. Where? Ah! I see it! It's kinda dark. A wood fire which has been extinguished, and a straw pallet on the floor which must function as a bed. Your search is unsuccessful, however, when it comes to trying to locate other humans. You cannot find another soul. Surely, that is to your benefit, though. If nobody else lives here, then you might as well make yourself at home. Or as at home as one can be, I suppose, in a small, cramped cottage such as this, with holes on the roof. Ayo, who hiding behind the curtain? I don't think anyone's hiding behind the curtain. It's just existing there, I think. Don't make me paranoid, dungeon. Also, how are you seeing the stream? It says there you are not seeing with the eye icon. Are you like me and it took you like 2 weeks to figure out how to remove that? Mlem. Oh, fuck. You close the door behind you, then approach the straw pallet. All of a sudden, you feel incredibly weary. The tiredness that assails your limbs is absolute, so intense it overcomes the last of your concerns. You settle down upon the straw pallet, yawning as you do. Fire! The game has power over me. I'm just pretty blind without glasses or contacts, so I left it there. I assumed you were just not like you couldn't be able to watch, so okay, I guess you are watching. I am being watched and judged. And the game said yawn and I yawned. This is not fair. It is not comfortable, but being able to lie down eases some of your aches and pains. Lying down, even on an uncomfortable makeshift bed such as this one, is better than standing. It is far, far better than running. Oyasumimir! Your eyelids fall shut, your lashes melting together. And, soothed by the sound of the wind and the distant rolling of the waves, you fall asleep. Then you begin to dream. It is not uncommon, of course, to dream. The best and the worst of us do it, from queens in their castles to peasants sleeping in the straw. Why, who is it to say that all you have observed tonight has not, in a sense, been a dream of its own? Would that make your nighttime fancies, then, a dream inside a dream? Dreamception? First I had reading inside the reading book inside a book, and now we have dreaming inside the dreaming? Perhaps our dreams are empty, hollow things stacked inside one another, like little wooden doll. Like matryoshkas, you mean? Is that not a whimsical thought? How very droll. Your dreams, however, cannot be called whimsical, and neither are they particularly droll. They are not pure fabrications, as dreams sometimes are, fleeting fancies, which can never come to pass. Your dreams are of a rather more pernicious sort. In your dreams, you are at the conservatoire, with your red hair tied back into two prim proper braids. You are walking through the courtyard, clutching your books to your chest as you make your way to the library. Your head is bowed, so as not to look at the faces of your passing classmates. You do not want to meet their eyes. These girls, with their sensible braids and their sensible shoes, are merciless. You hunch your shoulders together in this dream of yours, so as not to draw their attention, but alas, it is not enough. You stumble, clumsily think that you are, and you fall, and just like that, all eyes are upon you. They are all staring at you. They are laughing at you. You lay there on the ground by the fountain, your books scattered and your skirt in an awful state of disarray. Your knees hurt. Is it bleeding? You examine your injured leg, trying not to cry, and as this transpires, you hear a voice. One of your classmates is calling out to you. He has acknowledged you. You look up shyly, tears beating in your eyes, at the girl taller than you and prettier and much more refined. She extends her hand towards you. Does she mean to help you? It cannot hurt to try, can it? Hesitantly, you reach out to accept her offered aid. Her fingers curl around yours tightly, perhaps too tightly. Her nails dig into your skin. It hurts. Deftly, the girl pulls you to your feet. Your legs feel weak from your fall, and your knee is still aching, still bleeding. You stumble, feeling out of sorts, but you are not afforded much of an opportunity to gather your bearings. Yeah, we can't have nothing. We're being bullied in every dream we have. The girl's hands are on your shoulders. She's laughing at you. Then she's pushing you. The sound of the fountain and the running water which drums against its basin is, all of a sudden, very loud. It is overwhelming. It surrounds you. Then it engulfs you. It is cold as ice. You cannot breathe. Then, rushing of the water continues, echoing in your eardrums over and over, and then... No, you do not want to remember this. What good will it do? If it is in the past, where the past ought to remain, you are never going to go back, not even in your dreams. It is this determination which forces you back into the world of the waking with the start. Do you guys remember how in the other choices routes, I was dreaming and I dreamed like I made a wound, I stabbed myself, and then I got that particular ending, and now we are on the shore dreaming about bullying and getting our head on the fountain. What do you guys think it's gonna happen to us next? Probably nothing related to the warnings I got in the Steam's game description, am I right? You gasp like a fish as you sit upright. Sorry, I couldn't take the fish face seriously. Like the pug. Gasp like a fish as you sit upright, your eyes unnaturally wide. You feel wearied from a lack of sleep and, with half-lidded eyes, you glance about. It is still dark inside your cottage, the sky visible from beyond the window splashed, still with stars. How long were you asleep? You are not sure. Your dream was so very detailed. It really did feel that you had been transported into a different time, into a different place. When you inhale, you can taste rank, foetid water in your mouth. Tentatively, you pat yourself down, your fingers trailing against the front of your uniform. So vivid was your dream, you half expect to find your clothes are damp. Is it too late to go back to the dungeon? No! We are getting another tragic Yuri wrote. No more cannibalism. This time we're gonna get wet. Probably. Your name's cursed. Let me drink. Wait. Poor girl is being bullied in all of her memories of the past. They said I could finish the game in 4 hours, and here we are. I guess I cannot count for things when I read it out loud, because it does take more time to read out loud than reading with your mind. I think that's scientific. So vivid was your dream, you half expect to find your clothes are damp. This is not the case, however. You are in fact perfectly dry. Well, now what are you to do? Would you go back to sleep? That sounds like the best option available for you. You are very tired, but your senses feel too overwrought all of a sudden for sleep. You do not think you could bear it. On unsteady legs, you rise to your feet, then stand by the window. You look out to the starry sky and to the pitted moon which hangs amongst them, and you frown. You can hear the wind outdoors, howling like an injured animal, and, more softly, the ebb and flow of the waves as they meet the cliffs. But that is not all. What is that sound? Why, it is almost like singing. The voice is far away enough that you cannot pick out any individual words, nor even the individual syllables, but there is a haunting quality to it. Oh yeah, sirens! The singer, however they are, possesses quite a pretty voice, high and clear like a bell. The song is a melancholy one, which stirs your heart. Curiosity takes root inside you, as it did during that fateful day you found that book in the library. Logically, you know you should not go outdoors to seek the source of that singing, but emotionally, that is another matter altogether. Take me back to dungeon. This is not cannibalism as a metaphor for love. Okay, I might change my mind. See, we're getting food here as well. Come on, let's go. Let's go follow the most probably a siren singing. You really should have learned your lesson by now. You should know better than go sticking your nose into business which does not concern you. But naughty little girls such as you never do learn. You cross the old fisherman's cottage as though in a dream, and reach for the handle of the door. The handle depresses easily enough beneath your grasping fingers, and the door opens with a click. The rest of the world yawns before you, framed in the doorway, all of it bathed in moonlight. You thought it was cold inside in the old cottage, but it is colder still now that the door is open. An unpleasant wind rushes forward to meet you, knifing mercilessly through the fabric of your uniform. You look across the cold, inhospitable landscape, your fingers clenched into fists at your sides. Then you step into the unknown. You canvas the cliff face, led by nothing more than a luxurious singing. So haunting and ethereal is this voice, as it hangs on the breeze, it would be enough to send 1,000 ships off to war. You keep walking into the night until you reach the very edge of the cliffs, where they drop downwards into the empty air. You ought not to go any further, but the voice has yet to cease. You can still hear it, echoing inside your head. We're screwed, guys! It compels you to act. You look down at the shore, which seems like easing a distance away, then out to the ocean, which is breaking against the scattered rocks below. Your eyes narrow with determination. Dun, 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 dun. Sorry. Determination. Then you take a step towards the cliff. These cliffs are steep and the rocks below them are sharp. You can see them glinting in the darkness, their tips jagged like the teeth of hungry predators. The cold wind blows, rocking your hair, and you shudder from it. We're climbing down this shit? For real? Your shoes were not built for scaling cliffs, and your heels do not have much in the way of purchase, particularly not when the cliffs are so steep. Clinging to the cliffs is no small feat, yet you are determined to ease yourself down onto the shore, in one piece preferably. The wind is so powerful it feels as though there is something deliberately malicious to it. You wonder, during your descent, if it means to knock you off your perch on purpose, to cast you down to the rocks below. Well, if that is what it wants, then you refuse to give it the satisfaction. You can be awfully stubborn at times, and now is one of them. You continue to climb, How long have you been at it now? Until at long last, your feet meet the shoreline below. You have made it, and you did not sustain too many injuries. Your palms are throbbing, yes, after gripping those rocks, and you might have a few cuts, but your wounds are of a shallow and superficial sort. Things could have been worse. You flex your fingers. They feel uncomfortably numb and cold alongside it. Your skin... Your skin is prickling, but at least you can still feel discomfort. At least it is still attached to your bones, where it ought to be. Your vital organs concealed within the hollow cavity of your body. Yeah, unlike what was gonna happen in that one dungeon. You have a lot to be thankful for. This night has, by and large, been quite successful. There are no longer any obstacles between you and the mysterious voice which lulled you outdoors. Now you must find them. If you need to sleep, dungeon, I won't stop you. It's okay, you can see the VOD later. You set off down the shore, on the hunt of the singing voice which has captivated you so. But Yuri! You sidestep sharp, jagged rocks which jut out of the sand like teeth. The rocks which cannot be circumnavigated. Meanwhile, you clamber over. Jesus. All the while, the sound of the seas mingles with that of the singing. It provides an ethereal, haunting backdrop to your exploration, one which further adds to the surreality of your moonlight stroll. Where is the singer, damn it? Where are you hiding? The waves lap against the shore, then recede shyly, pushed and pulled by the bleached white moon which hangs overhead. The oceans that you have seen in your library books were all blue as sapphires, but this ocean is different. It is so late at night, it looks black instead. Oh man, sweet Chib, you are in for a ride. We got the ending with the castle, and then we went back in time to go to the shore instead. And this is where we are now, searching for a mysterious singing voice. What could it be? I wonder. The undulating surface of the water reminds you of a mirror, though its depths are even deeper and much more mysterious. A sense of foreboding settles upon you, but you try to quash it. You will not let yourself be afraid. I got an achievement. You round the corner, your feet unsteady in their sensible brown shoes, and then at long last you see her. There is a woman sitting upon a rock out in the ocean. The woman's eyes are closed and her lips are part, her expression soulful. She's singing. Her hair, which is fair, flutters around her face like a shroud, which adds to her otherworldly aura. Her eyes might be closed, but her lashes are long and luxuriant like a doll's. Her lips, meanwhile, which are parted in song, are soft like the freshly plucked petals of a flower. Her face is perfect, as are her proportions. Her neck is tall and slender, like the stem of a flower. As for her lower half of her body, meanwhile, well, it is nothing like anything you have ever seen before. It is here, and here alone, that the woman betrays your narrow human definitions of beauty, for her legs are non-existent. Rather than two awkwardly appendages, this woman has instead the sleek, shimmering tail of a fish. Is she not, then, a human? She cannot be, not with a tail like that. Not with that attitude! This unusual sight makes you gasp, and quite audibly at that. You do not mean to be rude, but you cannot help yourself. Humans tend to react poorly to things they do not understand. At least you do not scream, that would be even ruder. Oh my god, she saw me! Oh no, oh fuck, You meant to observe the mermaid from a distance, but it would appear that your shocked gasp was loud enough to attract her attention. The fish-tailed vision sitting upon the rock is looking at you. Her gaze is so piercing, it feels almost as if she is looking through you. Your heart seems to stop inside your chest, as if by some manner of magical spell. You thought the mermaid pretty when you first observed her, sitting on that outcrop of rock, her face turned in profile. Now she's looking at you. However, you can see that you were mistaken. She's not just pretty. She's beautiful. So much so, it is almost unnerving. She looks at you though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She's simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she's some kind of vision? A waking dream? A hallucination? But no, she's none of those things. Her tail might be an impossible thing, but its scales look sleek and wet regardless, like those of any fishes one might find at the market. These scales are iridescent and bathed beneath the light of the moon. They seem almost to glow. The main character has similar reactions to all of the girls. The reaction is gay. The sight of her rather takes your breath away. You look at the mermaid. She looks back at you. Now look at me. Now look at her. Now look at me. You prepare yourself expecting some sort of altercation. But the surprise soon fades from the mermaid's face. Her lips, which once were pursed in a frown, now shift upwards. She's smiling. Then she says, in a refined sort of voice, My, it really is good to see a human again, particularly a human girl. I was beginning to fear your kind had all disappeared, and I would no longer have anybody left to tell me of the world above the water. My, this is quite the effusive greeting. The mermaid's introductory speech is positively brimming with excitement of a sweet, girlish variety. She is rather more amicable than the fine polish of her syllables would make one suggest. You might be a well-bred lady yourself, with an accent to match, but you cannot help but feel overwhelmed. Anxiously, you observe the mermaid, and you ask her what she means. Man, she's too fancy for you, I guess. What happened? As to that, I'm afraid I cannot say. I have been sitting on these rocks and singing for many, many nights, but nobody has come to see me. There have been no lovely humans for me to play with. I was beginning to wonder whether your kind had disappeared altogether. I feared some manner of calamity had occurred while I was slumbering beneath the water surface, and your kind had been eradicated. You shudder, then reassure the mermaid to the contrary. You do not know about the humans that she used to speak with, but you, at least, have not been eradicated. You are still here. Yes, well, I can see that, the mermaid answers with a light laugh. It really is a relief. My fellow mer people who live beneath the water told me not to worry so, but I could not help myself. I have always been fond of you humans. It was rather sobering, sitting here night after night all on my own. It gets so lonely here. Oh boy, she said the line. She also said the line. Now this is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? So, dear human, did you say that you are unfamiliar with these parts? Hesitantly, you examine the mermaid. Thoughtless though you might be at times, you are not very self-centered, that you cannot detect the tone of longing in the mermaid's voice. Face palming so hard. Dance protagonist, round 2. My dog learned to open the door and I do not like this. Peraí, água. Oh, there's a commercial, an ad starting in 39 seconds. Water time. Gonna take the opportunity to breathe a little. Because I forget to breathe while I stream sometimes, especially when reading a lot. Let me see if anyone pinged me anywhere. Where is my Discord? Wait, I'm lost in my tabs. I'm trying to think. I spent 4 hours and maybe 3 hours and something on this arc with the other girl in the castle. I wonder how long this one will be, because I want to do the most I can on this stream. Oh my god! I am forbidden from reading Discord channels while I stream. Now I can't stop thinking about life. Go ahead now. Fuck. I made it. Hello, Saint. Welcome. Wait, where am I? Yakusar. Hello, Saint. Welcome. I'm gonna continue reading the Yuri because the ad ended, so you guys can follow up. We found this mermaid who is very lonely. Let's see what happens next. She's dense. She's very dense, the main protagonist. It is evident as she looks at you that she's hoping for a particular answer to her query. This answer, alas, is not one that you can furnish her with. Yeah. You do not want to lie to her. It is after some hesitation, therefore, that you reaffirm your earlier words, though this time you embellish them. You tell the mermaid that you are a traveler from a far off land, one which is very dissimilar to this one. It's not a complete fabrication. You tell her that you have only just arrived by this shore and you are unfamiliar both with your immediate surroundings and those further afield. If there is a village nearby, then you have never set foot in it. You do not know what this village is like, nor how many inhabitants it boasts. You do not know if a calamity, as the mermaid grimly supposed, has struck this land. But if she fears all of the humans within the immediate vicinity have been laid low by some mysterious malady, then she needed to worry overly on that score. You are still alive. Are you not, you wonder, enough to satiate her curiosity with the human realm? Yes, that is true. You are here. I'm grateful, naturally, for your company, although... Wistfully, the mermaid sighs. I was hoping you might be able to bring me some news of the nearby village and of its inhabitants. This makes you wonder. Was there a particular person from this village she was close to? So, you were able to work that much out? The mermaid answers with a small smile. You are an intelligent one, aren't you? Not really, though. Your past professors would beg to differ on that score. You were always awful when it came to academics, mathematics in particular. This game is mocking me! You're just like me for real. You could never get your head around all of those numbers. Your stern, stony-faced math professor used to despair in you. But she is not here. None of them are here. It is just you now, and the mermaid, and she does not need to know about your dismal academic record. Yes, guys, forget about it. We gotta raise her up. We have to make a good impression. Come on, guys. You allow yourself a small smile, touched by her compliment, and tell her that it was nothing more than a lucky guess. For a guess, it was remarkably accurate. You are quite right. I did have a close friend from the nearby village. She was very dear to me. Fuck. Bless me. Santinho a mim mesma. Saúde, obrigado. Internally, you congratulate yourself on this piece of detective work. How very clever you are! Call me a clever girl. I am a clever girl, sometimes. Not with math, though. There are many humans in this world, of that I know. The human who spoke with me, however, was special. He was my human. You do not fail to catch the possessive tone in the mermaid's voice. And I cherished her dearly. She would come to me on my rock late at night when she was finished with her chores, and we would talk. I asked her a good number of questions about the human realm and about her costumes. I fear my endless inquiries must have been rather tedious, but she was always happy to indulge me. She never once scorned me for my ignorance, and neither did she make me feel like a fool. She always made time for me, no matter how many demands she had on her time. She was a farmer's daughter, and she was awfully busy from dawn until dusk, threshing hay and taking the animals out to pasture. She told me of her work, and I marveled at her. Slender though she was, she possessed a truly tremendous amount of strength. I, who have lived in the ocean of my life cannot countenance working as hard as she did, but she bore her burdens without complaining. She was not the prettiest human who has walked the earth, but that mattered not to me. Her conversation was engaging, and I knew through our continued encounters that she meant no ill will. She did not have even a single drop of malice in her heart. The wistful manner in which the mermaid speaks of her friend makes you feel, for a few brief moments, a flicker of some ugly, primordial emotion. Could it be jealousy? It is jealousy. It is painful, isn't it? To hear others wax poetic about those they hold dear, particularly when you yourself have never been regarded in so intimate a manner. You have for many, many years been woefully alone. But you are not alone now. You are with the mermaid, and she's with you. And though she might prefer to be in the company of an industrious farmhand, the farmhand is not here. Where did she go? Oh, if only I knew. She quite simply disappeared one day, almost as if she had been whisked away by a wicked spirit. That seems like quite the anticlimactic ending for such a close relationship. Did the farmhand not tell her companion beforehand that she might one day disappear? No, she did not. Nothing of the sort happened. It was all very sudden. So you ask, feeling affronted upon the mermaid's behalf. Did she not give you any warning? Not a single one. And when, you ask, did she disappear? I do not know in truth. Time is a strange concept to beings such as myself, particularly as it seems to ebb and flow differently both above and below the surface. You humans have a strange compulsion to pin down and to place labels upon everything. You have names for your seasons, and for your months, and even for your days of the week. It is all very precise. We merfolk, however, do not bother with such affairs, perhaps because we live for so much longer than you humans do. We have no need to obsessively document our days, not when we have so many of them at our disposal. Oh man, could it be that she just died and she did not really get the hint? Because she lives for so long. This curious remark catches your attention. How long exactly do mermaids live for? The mermaid does not look much older than you do, but you cannot help but wonder. My, nosy, aren't we? The mermaid asks as she laughs, a soft, tinkling sound like that of a bell which makes you blush. Were you being nosy? Perhaps you were. You have always had a thirst for knowledge, not of the dry, dusty academic variety, but of stories peopled with strange persons. Now that's a weird sentence. Literature was the only subject you were ever any good at. Is it that in this game all we get are actual MILFs that are very old actually? I'm starting to wonder what the third option is gonna be if I get there. Again, it is hard for me to quantify, but to put it in terms a human like you can understand, I suppose we mermaids can live for centuries. Give me a second, guys. Okay, I'm back. Centuries? This is quite a surprise. But perhaps it shouldn't be. You have been subjected to any number of surprises tonight. What is one more to add to the pile? I have not been wanting to quit that long, however, for my friend to... I have not been waiting quite that long, however, for my friend to return to me. I think that has been but a few seasons. It might not sound like much, but never before have I been so aware of the passage of time. I have experienced any number of wants during my life, but I have never wanted anything quite as badly as I want to see her. I wish she would sit with me and she would talk to me just one more time. But perhaps I'm asking for an impossibility. I have been waiting for long enough now to presume that she will be returning to me. I fear that something must have happened to her or to her family, or perhaps to her whole village. You can hear the worry throbbing in the mermaid's voice, so potent that for a few moments you swear you can feel the depths of her sorrow within your own breast. Her sadness over this human girl is a deep, dark thing, almost phantomless. You cannot let yourself indulge it for too long, otherwise you fear you might drown in it. Drown, you say? Ruefully, you tell the mermaid once more that you cannot help her. You are only a traveler after all. But do you know of a single insignificant farmhand in a nearby village? Yes, I thought you might say that. It is quite unfortunate, but... oh well. I ought not to reflect upon all that I'm missing. It would be churlish of me, and it would not be fair to you either. You did not approach me, I am sure, with a hope of hearing about all of my oaths. I should be grateful instead for all that is I do have. I still have my long life, which stretches before me like a golden cord. And of course, I have you now. Does she? Do I not? I ought to go soon, before my absence is noticed, but will you not come and visit me again tomorrow night? I think I would like that. I think I would like that. I have always enjoyed speaking to humans. You make me feel less alone. You cannot help but feel, as the mermaid observes you with those enchanting eyes of hers, that she does not truly wish to speak to you for your sake. She wants to use you instead as a substitute for the farmhand that has been missing so very ardently. I don't like being the second option. The thought stings, though you really ought to be used to it. Still to be held in lower esteem than a farmhand, of all things, makes your self-esteem sting. Try not to let the mermaid notice this, though. The woes of your past are not her fault, much as the woes of her past are not yours. It is silly, in any case, to be jealous of a girl who might very well be dead. That is what you tell yourself. It is the only way to prop up your bruised sense of self-worth. You would, you tell the mermaid. Sunny, deixa eu fechar a porta. Não, não tem colinho. Tu não é pequeno, tu não cabe aqui. Opa. Vem cá, pronto. Doguinho time. It's doggy time. Hehe. He's in my lap. Colinho. Tu quer o quê? São 7. Ok, são quase 8. Mas já. Vai mais um bocadinho. Parece os velhos. Vai lá te sentar um bocadinho. Dog wants food, I guess. It's kinda too early. You would, you tell the mermaid, after a pause, like to see her again. You'd like that very much. Oh, thank you. I have been feeling very gloomy for quite some time, but seeing you has invigorated me. Finally, it feels though I can smile again. Oh, I have the eyes. Nice. I can see everything clearly now. She did not smile, you wonder, after her friends disappeared? Did she not smile, you wonder, after her friend disappeared? Very nice peepers. Look at me blink. Maybe the mermaid was too depressed. I did not know. I did not have the heart. Without her, the world seemed very dull and drab. Your company has cheered me immensely. This is why I like humans so much. You are not callous and unfeeling like the merfolk who live beneath the water's surface. You are much kinder than they are. Oh, if only she knew. If the mermaid was aware, I wonder, of how petty you are, of how jealous, would she still care for you? Well, that is neither here nor there. You agree to meet with the mermaid come sundown the following night, then make your slow, stumbling way back, up the cliffs, then to the cottage. You have Purloined, Purloin, the Pokemon, as your own. Once indoors, you settle down upon your pallet and then you close your eyes. The sight of the wind outside and the distant roiling of the waves against the rocks do not disturb you. My dog wants non-stopping pats. Não, não posso usar essa mão. Vai para o outro lado. Vai aqui. Aí não dá, não. Oh, he gave up. Okay. You feel after your midnight encounter with the Murish kind quite at ease, perhaps prematurely so. What happened to the icy fear which prompted your frantic flight through the forest? Where has all that gone? Do you not think you're being a bit complacent? Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Blink no. Blink twice if you need help. I'm sorry, Saint, but I do actually blink a lot, so do not read my Morse messages because I'm probably insulting your mother by accident. Do you not think you're being a bit complacent? No? Oh well, you will. What does that mean? The following morning, when it arrives, is cloudy and overcast. It is not a particularly pleasant morning, but at least it is not raining. That is some small consolation. Oh, it's bright. You rise from your straw pallet, stretching, then glance about the interior of the fisherman's cottage. It looked dilapidated last night, when much of it was obscured by the shadows, but it looks even more so when subjected to the morning's light. Okay, it's 9 p.m. I have been streaming for almost 5 hours, and I still have to take a bath, which will take some time. So I kinda wanna stop here, and then can it be Sunday? Or as soon as I know my schedule, we will continue this game, okay? Does it sound good? We'll definitely be able to finish like this arc and make another one. Probably the village. I don't know how many endings there are, but I don't want to spoil myself. What does the X do? Oh! Oh! Wow! This lets me see in full screen. I didn't know that. Okay, so I think I'm gonna have to go. How do I exit to the main title? Remember, guys, we promised to visit the mermaid on the next morning, and that's where we're gonna continue. I hope you enjoyed the story so far. I am really enjoying this. If I didn't have so much in hand, I would probably draw something with hand fingers pointing together. Draw something with the other princess that just tried to eat me, maybe. Diana, how dare you flirt with my hamster and promise them a big nut from Jamaica? That was not the Morse code, no! Need to control your blinks, woman. Man, I'm still working on my illustration for the Little Goody Two Shoes contest. I wanna finish that in time, I have to, but I'm still refining the sketch, and I have to take some pictures for reference because there are some things I really cannot get on the internet. Cannot find the reference for it. I mean, I type it, it's pretty obvious, but the Google don't give it to me. No. So until next stream, I won't be making much content either, so you guys know, because I'm working on that illustration. I need to finish it. Okay, maybe I should change to here. I think you will do good. You are amazing at the art. I am okay at art. I'm better at some things than other things, but there are so many amazing artists. So many people I admire too. And I'm drawing like a full illustration. It's gonna have 2 characters, fully shaded. It's gonna have a background, detailed. It's gonna have for the how do you say it? Para mal dos meus pecados, it's gonna have a lot of flowers. Like the bane of my existence, drawing plants, individual plants. I want the plants to be recognizable as they are, you know? Guys, thank you so much for making me company today, but I'm gonna have to leave. I don't wanna be stinky tomorrow for work. I really need to take a bath. So guys, don't forget to check my Twitter, shameless plug, because that's where I'll most definitely make the announcement. But if you want, I also be talking about it on Discord whenever I make the schedule. I also post it there. Basically, my Discord is a place where I share a shitload of YURI and post my streaming schedule. I had fun, Diana. I'm glad you had fun. Also glad you are good. If I catch you doing dumb stuff again, I'm gonna buy a rowboat and I'm gonna get there. You listen to me? Guys, thank you so much for today. I'll see you next week as soon as I know my schedule. And I'll be looking for my schedule every fucking day. Because supposedly, they have been posting it earlier and I didn't know. Because, whoopsie daisy, it's behind the other schedule, behind the paper. Okay, I'll see you guys next week. or Sunday. Also, there is a slim chance that we might have something on Sunday, but I can't promise anything. I was really looking to watch Madoka Magica Rebellion movie on Discord. Like, you know how it is, we watch the movie, but I stream my reaction basically. And, well, I'll let you guys know if that happens. Until then, bye bye!